As I sit in the bay window of the library, reading a book, I hear a knock on the big wooden door. It echoed throughout the large room, making it louder than it really was. Yes, I quietly ask, hoping whoever is behind the door can hear me. After a few seconds, the door cracks open, and in walks maid Sarah. She's holding a golden tray with a bowl of soup, a small loaf of bread, and a glass of water on top. It was such a large room dressed in marble walls and floors, and extravagant decorations. It was hard not to feel inferior. Aria. How many times must I tell you to wear makeup when you's walking around the castle? My mother exclaims, walking down towards me. You'll scare all the pups with your face. My apologies. Mother. I say, looking at my shoes, not wanting to look in her eyes. At least she knows how to speak. Without sounding like a commoner, my father states, standing up as well, because I'm the princess. No. Because you're so innocent and you shouldn't be mated to me. But I'm too selfish to let you go. I don't know what to say after that. It was so sweet and meaningful. So I pull him out of the bathroom and into the hall. We need to go. Father will be upset if we're late, I say, pulling him towards the meeting hall. But he stops me. I don't care if your father will be upset. And neither should you. You don't belong to him anymore. You're mine forever. We can be late if we want to be. Sweetheart, he says, cupping my face in his hands. Aria. Can you promise me something? Of course. Even if I can't be king. Promise me you'll stay with me, he says, looking down. He seems ashamed. No matter what happens, I'll always stay with you. I've only been a princess for 24 hours. I'd give up my title to be your Luna whenever I need to. I place my finger under his chin and pull his face up to meet my eyes. I give him a kiss on the cheek. And he smiles. We walk hand in hand to the meeting hall. As we walk in, I see my father's Beta and Daniel. Damon's Beta. As well as my parents. Why would they need to be at this meeting? Finally, we've been waiting, my mother exclaims. I tense as I regularly do around my mother. But this time, Damon noticed. As he gives my hand a squeeze. Please. Sit down. My father grumbles. Damon and I sit down across from my parents. Daniel sits next to Damon. My father's Beta doing the same to my father. Since you both have high statuses in the werewolf community, we must decide how this will go. My father explains. I've talked with our elders and they've agreed with me. That since Aria has a kingdom to guide once I step down, you two will become king and queen. What will happen to my pack? Damon glares. I feel him getting upset, so I squeeze his hand. He seems to calm down. That's what we will be discussing, my father says, obviously annoyed. Queen Scarlet and I will be stepping down in 4 months. Since neither of you have any royal training, that is what you shall be doing in the next 4 months. But what about Damon's pack? I suddenly ask. Tired of them avoiding the question. Over the next 3 months, you will be staying with Damon and his pack. It is your decision if you would like to bring anyone from your pack into the royal village and who takes over Blue Crescent for you. In the final month, you will be back at the castle preparing for your coronations. I slowly take it all in. They had it all planned out. I don't even get a say in it. You may start packing as you're heading to Blue Crescent Pack very soon. My father finished. I slowly stand up, bow and walk out without worrying about Damon. I was in a state of shock from how much they controlled my life. I enter my room and start packing. Hey. Are you okay? Damon asks, walking into my bedroom. I sigh, grabbing my clothes. Only taking what I want since I will be back here in 3 months. I just wish they would have given me a choice. I want to be with you no matter what, but they didn't give us an option. I'm used to this treatment, but you're an alpha and should never be told to just follow what they say like this. I say, looking up at Damon. He tries to give me a reassuring smile, but I can tell he doesn't like this either. Once I'm king, a lot will change, he says, sitting down in a chair, staring off into space. I wonder if he's mind-linking. I've never done that. My parents wouldn't let me. Since then, all the royal village would wonder who I am. I finish up packing and look over at Damon. He's still zoned out. I walk up to him and tap his shoulder. He then snaps out of his trance and looks up at me. I'm done packing. If you're ready to go, I state, gesturing to my bag. Oh yeah. We can go. I was just mind-linking some people to make sure they were ready for arrival, he says, hopping up from the chair. I go to grab my bag, but he stops me. I've got this. He grabs both our bags and we start heading to the main foyer. As we arrive, I see maid Sarah waiting for us. I forgot how much I'm going to miss her. I had never spent a day of my life without her. Princess, your parents could not see you off because of a meeting, but they wish you the best. She smiles. Very well. I guess we'll be on our way, I say sadly. Sarah pulls me into a hug and I never wanted to let go. I'll miss you, Your Highness. I hear Sarah sniffle. Please don't cry. I'll be back soon, I try to soothe her. I pull away and wipe her tears. I say a quick goodbye to her and then head out of the castle. You ready? Damon asks, putting our bags in the back of a black SUV. I nod my head as he closes the trunk of the car. He opens the passenger side of the car and I hop inside. Let's get this over with. My father groans. The elders recently have told us that since you are now 18, we must begin to make arrangements of you taking over as queen. While we have never liked this idea and have tried to argue against this matter, the elders have said that the moon goddess has given them a vision that you may meet your mate in the coming months. To avoid any unwanted embarrassment towards the crown, we are forced to announce you as our daughter before you find your mate. I've never really been in a car before. I've read about them in books and have seen my parents in them many times, but I've never driven in one. Damon closes my door, then walks to the other side of the car and hops in as well. Buckle up, he states. I'm guessing he senses my confusion because he looks over at me. Have you ever been in a car before? No. I'm sorry. I blush, feeling stupid. It's okay. So this is the seatbelt. It keeps you safe. He pulls a strap thing across me, and then puts into something, and it makes a pop noise. I quietly thank him and then he places a key into the car, and then a grumbling noise starts. My eyes go wide, and I think this car is about to blow up. Aria. It's okay. This is normal. Damon laughs, placing his hand on my knee. Oh. We start moving and I try to act calm. Damon grabs my hand and interlaced our fingers. Why did your parents keep you hidden for so long? He asks, keeping his eyes on the road. I was the firstborn. Since I was a female, I was a disgrace to them. But why didn't they just get over it? My parents loved their popularity. Having me would have been horrible for their reputations, I state, used to this. But Damon was very shocked. You have horrible parents, he states, gripping the steering wheel. I've learned to accept it. Sarah was like a mother to me. I start to wonder about his childhood. What was your childhood like? My parents were different from many alphas. They let me have a childhood, but when I turned 16, I started alpha training. Was Daniel your best friend? I had always heard stories about how close an alpha and beta were, and how they normally grew up together. Actually, yeah. He's actually older than me by a few months, but we grew up together. That's so cute. I gush. Sarah was the closest I had to one, but she was more of a mother figure than a best friend. It's a really long drive. You should sleep. Damon changes the topic. I decided I should probably get some sleep. So I lean my head against the window and doze off. When I wake up, it's dark outside, but I see a big building in front of us. As we drive closer, I see a very large group of werewolves. Welcome to Blue Crescent Pack. Damon smiles, squeezing my hand in pride at me, seeing his beautiful pack. He parks the car and I open the door. I step out in front of the group of werewolves. There was so many of them. It was overwhelming and stressful. Welcome, Princess Aria, they all said in unison. Then I black out. I see Aria start to fall. I swiftly catch her before she hits the ground. I lay her down on the ground. She's unconscious. Daniel. Get the pack doctor, I shout at Daniel. Him running off. I suddenly see my father and Gamma shooing the crowd away. I look down at Aria's face. She looks like she's sleeping. Worries fly through my head. What happened? Why did she faint? Is she hurt? Everything is fine. Mate is okay. My wolf, Blake, says. How do you know that, I ask? I can feel her wolf. Mate is okay. I take his word for it. I look down at her. She somehow looks peaceful. I pull her head into my lap. You're gonna be okay, baby, I whisper, kissing her forehead and running my hands through her blonde hair. My father and Gamma walk over to us after getting the crowd to disperse. Is she okay? My father asks, crouching down at my level on the ground. My wolf says she is. The pack doctor should be here soon, I say, as if on cue. The pack doctor, Dr. Steve, runs up to us. What happened? Alpha, does she have any pre-existing medical conditions? He asks, kneeling next to Aria. As soon as the pack welcomed her, she fainted. I'm not sure what's wrong. She have a medical condition, but I don't know, I tell him. He starts checking up on her. My wolf and I going into possessive mode. Growl at him. Alpha. In order for me to help her, you must calm down. Doctor, Steve tells me. I try to calm down, telling my wolf it's to help Aria. I believe she fainted out of shock or anxiety. Nothing to worry about. But I would like for her to stay at the hospital till she wakes up. Doctor, Steve says, after checking up on her. I pick her up and we walk to the pack hospital. They lead me to the secluded area of the hospital for alphas, betas, and gammas. I lay her down on the bed. In the alpha suite of the hospital, a few nurses come in. They start to hook Aria up to a few machines. It takes everything in me to not tear the nurses apart when they put a IV into her arm. Alpha, we don't have a file on her. Would you mind filling out a form for her? A nurse asks, handing me a clipboard. I nod, grabbing the pen she gave me. The elders have advised we do so at the royal ball tomorrow, as we would have the most media coverage and social interaction with the kingdom. Your mother and I have decided you will not become queen until you find your mate. Tonight, maid Sarah will fit you for a gown, and tomorrow she will give a makeover. You will greet all the guests with me and your father. My mother grumbled. Now you may go. Maid Sarah will tell you anything else. My father says, in his alpha tone. I start filling it out only to realize I don't know any of her medical information. I've only known her for 2 days. How am I supposed to know this? I'm a terrible mate. I pull out my phone and call Daniel. What you need? Damon. The happy voice of my beta fills the air. He's obviously went to see him mate. I didn't get his obsession over his mate until I met Aria. It makes complete sense now. Can you get me in contact with Aria's maid, I ask? Thinking she would know the most. Aria did say she was like a mother to her. No problem. I'll send you it right away. After the phone call, I get maid Sarah on the phone. She easily gives all the information I need. She seemed worried when she heard Aria was unconscious. She truly is like a mother to Aria. I give the nurse the clipboard. She nods. She should wake up in a few hours. If you'd like to sleep. Alpha, the nurse tells me. then leaves the room. I look at Aria. They had put her under the blanket so she was comfortable. I pull a chair over to the side of the bed and sit down in it. I grab her hand. I still get the sparks, which helps ease my wolf and I can't fall asleep. What if she wakes up when I'm asleep? 6 hours later. Aria still isn't awake. It's now morning. The heart monitor is beeping the same rhythm it has for the past few hours. I'm still holding her hand. I haven't let go. They had to connect a feeding and breathing tube. Because she's been unconscious for so long. I suddenly hear a knock on the door. I mumble a, "Come in," thinking it was a nurse checking on Aria. But it was actually my parents. My mother waltz in. My father following behind. "Honey, did you get any sleep?" My mother worries, holding my face in her hands. "I can't sleep. But I'm fine." "Mom," I sigh, moving my head out of her hands. "How is she?" my father asks. Standing at the end of the bed. "She's doing okay. She was supposed to wake up by now," I say, staring at her, hoping to see her beautiful eyes open. "Don't worry. She'll wake up," my mother states, placing a hand on my shoulder. We fall into a comfortable conversation. It's nice having my parents around. Being alone was starting to get boring. "Soon you'll be having pups in this room," my mother casually states, looking around the room. I nearly choked on how casually she said that. As if it was a part of the small talk. "Dear. They've known each other for 2 days," my father says, shocked at my mother as well. "So, I'm getting old and I want grand pups." My mother pouts. She's always so dramatic. "This actually won't be where we'll be having pups." "Mom," I say, deciding I had to tell her at some point. "What do you mean?" she states, confused. "Aria is the heir." "Mom, she's going to be queen and I her king," I say, locking eyes with my mother. "Does that mean you're leaving? Who will take over the pack?" my father asks. My mother now in shock. "We have to head back to the royal kingdom in 3 months. I have to decide who takes over by that point," I say. "Our coronation is in 4 months. Wow. My son is gonna be king," my father proudly states. Both my parents come over to give me a hug. As they are doing this, I feel my hand being squeezed. I pull away from my parents and look at Aria. She's stirring. Her eyelids start to flutter. "Mom, go get Dr. Steve," I say, still looking at Aria. Her eyes open. She looks around for a bit till her eyes land on me. "Hey, baby. Hey, Damon." She smiles warmly at me. "What happened?" "You fainted when we got the pack," I tell her softly, playing with her fingers. We both look down at our interlocked hands, mesmerized at the amazing sparks erupting under our skin. Our little moment was interrupted by Dr. Inshin, Steve, walking in. Both of us snap out of the trance and look at him. "Good to see you awake, princess." He smiles, checking her vitals. "Do you know why I fainted?" Dr. Aria asks. She's so polite. "After checking all your vitals and medical history, the only answer I can find is that you have a form of anxiety. It most likely formed from your childhood. Not being in many social situations. Your mind will most likely cause you to have panic attacks whenever you are in very stressful or overwhelming situations. While it could be triggered, it also could happen for unknown reasons. I sadly do not have any medication to help you with this issue, as most human forms of medication do not work on werewolves. I advise you try to slowly introduce yourself into larger events and remove yourself from overwhelming situations when you can. I'm sorry to bring you this news. Dr. Had. Steve states. Aria's point of view. I slowly take in all this information. I have anxiety. I slowly head out of the room, but right when I'm about to leave, my mother yells towards me, "And wear makeup to the ball." Ever since I turned 13, all my mother wanted me to do was wear makeup. Yes, I did have a small case of acne, but I didn't feel a need to cover anything. As I'm walking to my bedroom, I can't help but feel excited that I finally get to go to the royal ball. No wonder I would have panic attack in the middle of the night growing up. If you have any other questions, I'm always here for you. You may leave whenever you want. Goodbye, Your Highness, the doctor says, leaving the room. I bite my lip while staring off into space. I can't believe I've never noticed this. Are you okay? Aria Damon asks. I look over at him. He looks so tired. I wonder how long it's been since he slept. I nod my head, trying to give him a smile. Do you feel ready to leave? He asks. Yeah. I really want to change. I fake laugh, hoping he believes me. He laughs as well, which I take as he believes me. I don't know why, but find out I have anxiety really dragged me down. Damon helps me out of the hospital. After the nurses took my IV out, we reach outside. Damon still has an arm around waist. A expensive-looking car pulls up in front of us. Damon helps me into the passenger side of the car. I remember how to buckle. As Damon starts the car. Do you have two cars, I ask? No. The SUV was one of the pack's transportation vehicles, he says, driving past the big house. I'm guessing is the pack house. Do you not live in the pack house? No. It got too noisy for me to concentrate on work. So, I built a house of my own, he says. Also, so my maid and I can have so privacy. I see him wiggle his eyebrows at me, making me turn red. We pull up to a beautiful modern-style house. It looks so out of place in this forest. He parks the car in the driveway, and I hop out of the car right away. We walk up to the front door together. He opens the door and I step in. Whoa! It's gorgeous. I look around in awe. This is my dream house. It's super open planned. Just from the main foyer, I can see some of the kitchen, the living room, a small but if the dining room, and the backyard. The stairs are right next to me. Above me hangs a beautiful chandelier from the second story. The house was all either adorned with glass and dark wood. It was amazing. Would you like to go upstairs? Damon asks. After I've been standing, looking around for a bit. Sure. I love this house. I compliment, following him up the stairs. He shows me a few guest bedroom, which are gorgeous, and his office. Then he shows me the master bedroom, which is heaven. Directly in front of the bed is a huge glass wall, showcasing the forest, but most importantly, the beach. I thought you would like the view. Damon smiles, laying down on the bed, putting his arm over his eyes. He looked so tired. I would ask him to take me to the beach, but he was exhausted. I go over to the bed, laying down next to him. Did you sleep at all while I was out? I ask, as I move his arm, so I can look at him. He shakes his head no. Tell me where my clothes are and then we can sleep. He points at a door, which I guess is the closet. I open it to find all my clothes hung up, next to Damon's. I grab a pair of black running shorts, underwear, a bra, and tank top. It was much hotter here than the royal kingdom. I walk to the other door, hoping it's the bathroom. I was right. I quickly change. When I go back into the bedroom, Damon has changed into gray basketball pants and no shirt. He looks like he's already asleep. So I slip in beside him. I keep my distance from him, hoping not to wake him. Suddenly, I feel a muscular arm wrap around my waist, pulling me into his chest. Damon kisses my forehead and whispers, "Good night." Aria's point of view. I slowly wake up. tangled in the sheets. I roll over and find my mate missing. His side is still warm, which means he left not too long ago. I start to sit up so I can find Damon. But I momentarily get distracted by the amazing view in front of me. The luscious trees stretching to the ocean. The beautiful blue water crashing onto the sand. I snap out of my trance and get out of bed. My bare feet hit the cold wood floors. I exited the bedroom and head downstairs. As I descend the stairs, I can see Damon in the kitchen. He's facing me, looking down at the frying pan in the stove, giving me a good look at his shirtless torso. He senses my presence. Looking up at me, he gives me a warm smile. As I walk over to him, once I reach him, he pulls me into his arms. "Good morning." Gorgeous. His sexy morning voice says. I look down at the frying pan, seeing eggs and bacon. "Good morning, babe." I look back up at him. I threw in a nickname which sorta scared me. He lightly purrs at the nickname. "I have something special planned for today. I think you'll like it." For the past 18 years, I've only ever heard about the ball, and even a few times snuck out of my bedroom to see what it was like, but never got far due to Sarah finding me and sending me back to my room. As I get near my bedroom, I see Sarah walking up to me. "Sarah, did you hear I get to go to the royal ball?" I exclaim, jumping up and down. "Yes, I did." "Sweet girl. Now, let's get back to your bedroom so we can fit you for a gown." She smiles. Leading me into my bedroom, he beams, picking up the spatula and moving around the bacon, still holding on to me. "Oh, I love surprises," I exclaim. I've never really had a surprise before. Or at least a fun one. "Breakfast is almost ready. Do you want anything to drink?" he asks, letting me go. Walking to the fridge. "Just some water." "Thanks," I say. Taking the water bottle he hands me. He gives me a plate of eggs and bacon. I go sit down by the counter, while he makes some coffee. "Thank you for breakfast, Damon," I say, now eating my bacon. He sits down next to me, with a plate of food and a mug of coffee. "You're welcome. I wanted to make sure my mate was ready for the day," he says. We eat in a comfortable silence. When I'm done eating, I go to wash my plate, but Damon stops me. "A maid will clean it. Let's go get ready," he says, grabbing my hand and leading me upstairs. "Can we visit here once we're king and queen?" I asks, admiring the beautiful house. "Of course. We'll be king and queen. We'll do whatever we want." He smiles at me. "I know that. But can we keep this house for us?" I say, hoping he understands. "Yeah. This will be our vacation house." He yokes, pulling me into our bedroom. "Our?" That sounds weird to say, but I like it. "I need to shower before we go," I say, looking at Damon. "Can I join?" He smirks. "Not yet, Alpha." I joke, causing his eyes to darken. I walk over to the closet, only to be grabbed from behind by Damon. I squeal as he throws me onto the bed. I bounce a bit, giggling as Damon runs and jumps on the bed next to me. He rolls over, hovering over me. "Does the princess like being tickled?" Damon asks, looking at me mischievously. My eyes widen in realization at what he's about to do. His finger poke my sides, causing me to laugh uncontrollably. I try to fight against him, but he pins my hands above my head with one hand, while the other tickles. After a few minutes of tickling, Damon starts pecking my face, my nose, my cheeks, my forehead, everything but my lips. Soon I get desperate for him to kiss me. "Ugh, just kiss me already," I exclaim. That seems to be all it takes for him to finally kiss me. It starts out as a sweet kiss but slowly turns into a lustful kiss. He swipes his tongue across my lip, asking for entrance, which I grant him. His tongue explores my mouth as he finally lets go of my hands and grabs my waist. My finger run through his hair. As our tongues battle for dominance, his lips then leave my mouth, traveling down to my neck. I lean my head back to give him more access. His lips feel so good on my skin. I've never felt like this before. He begins focusing his attention on my sweet spot, the place where I would bear his mark. He places a soft kiss on it. I feel like my head is going to explode at how much pleasure I felt from one kiss. I have no problem with him marking me, but all of a sudden I get these haunting thoughts. Damon leaving me. The pack turning against me. My parents throwing me out of the kingdom. Hundreds of thoughts cloud my mind as I feel a tear fall down my face. I start crying as the thoughts keep coming. It starts to get hard to breathe. I can hear someone trying to talk to me, but all I hear is voices and I can't make out what they're saying. I feel myself being enveloped in something warm. The thoughts slowly stop and I start to calm down. I feel Damon's arms around me. Him whispering, "I'm sorry," over and over again. As I become more aware of my surroundings, I realize I'm sitting on Damon's lap as he rubs my arms. I lean my head against his shoulder. "I'm fine, babe," I say, taking deep breaths. "I'm so sorry, Aria. I should have known," I went to, he rambles. But I cut him off. "It's not your fault. I wanted you to mark me." But all of a sudden I had a panic attack. I say, "But I'm the one who triggered it. You seem to be in pain and no matter what, I couldn't help you." "I need to call the doctor and ask what we can do to help you," Damon says. About to get up from the bed. I've gotten over the panic attack. I used to get them in the kingdom. I am a bit embarrassed that Damon had to see me break down. But I'm over it. "Wait. What about my surprise?" I ask, stopping him from getting up. "Are you okay with leaving the house?" he asks. Unsure if I'm truly okay. I've been locked up my whole life. As much as I love this house, I want to explore. I smile, pleading at him with my eyes. "Fine. Go take a shower and get ready. I'm gonna call the doctor, and then we can go," he says. I hop out of bed, grab my clothes, and head to the bathroom. I start the shower and do my routine. I get out of the shower, put on a pair of short overalls with a white shirt under and white sandals. I don't normally dress this casually. When we get inside, she leads me to where she's already set up all her sewing and measuring supplies. I also notice that she has tons of fabric too. "You're sewing the dress tonight?" I ask, sitting down on my bed. "Of course. We have to make a dress that will make you stand out as the princess," she says in disbelief. Like I was saying nonsense. "Now, please come stand so I can measure you." "All right, Princess Aria. I'm all done," Sarah says, pulling away from where she was sewing. I blow dry my hair with a blow dryer I found under the sink. I walk out of the bathroom, looking for my toiletries bag. I see Damon sitting on the edge of the bed, wearing a gray short-sleeve shirt and black jeans. He was looking at his phone. "Damon, where is my bathroom bag?" I ask, leaning on the bathroom door frame. He looks up at me and smiles. "Well, don't you look beautiful? It's still in your suitcase," he says, grabbing his shoes. Once I have my bathroom bag, I finish up getting ready. "All right. I'm ready," I say, walking out of the bathroom. I'm so excited to see what the surprise is. "Let's go. We're gonna walk," he say, grabbing my hand and leading me outside. He's carrying a backpack, which I guess has stuff we'll need. We start walking through the woods. I'm not quite sure which direction we're going. I start to hear water. "Wait, I think I know. Are you taking me to the beach?" I exclaim, grabbing his arm and stopping dead in my tracks. "You guessed it. Come on. We're almost there." He smiles. I start jumping in excitement. I start jogging to the beach, Damon following. I start to hear the waves and the seagulls. pushing me to run faster. Then all of a sudden, the trees clear. And I see the beautiful ocean. I stop at the edge of the forest, right before the sand starts. This is my dream. To feel the sand, swim in the water, soak up the sun. But am I ready to fulfill my dream? Damon comes up behind me and smiling at the beach. Go, live your dream, he says. I take off my shoes and slowly step into the sand. It feels amazing under my toes. I keep walking. Soon, the walk turns into a marathon. My goal, the water. I run until my feet touch the water. And then I freeze. This is more than I could have ever dreamt. It's amazing. I look back at Damon, seeing him walking towards me. Is it everything you thought it would be? He asks. Standing in front of me. It's so much more. I smile. Hugging him. He spins me around. We dance around for a bit until I realize something. I didn't bring a bathing suit. That's what's in the bag. Also my swimming trunks and some snacks, he says, pulling me back to where he set the bag down. He hands me my bikini. I've never worn one before. How'd he get one? Where did you get this? I ask, holding it up. It's pretty. It's a simple black bikini. Nothing too revealing. My mom went and bought one. I hope it fits, he says, pulling his trunks out. You can go change behind a tree. I'll change out here. What if someone comes by? I say. Shocked he's so comfortable changing out in the open. This is my private beach. No one else has access to it. He smirks, his alpha pride coming out. I go behind the tree and change. I walk to see Damon setting out a blanket. I grab his hand and pull him into the water. 1 month later, Aria and Damon have settled into a pleasant routine. They wake around the same time. Make breakfast. Damon starts on pack work. And Aria helps whenever she can. They eat lunch together. Then head to the pack house for their royal training. Eat dinner with the pack. And watch the sunset at the beach. It is a good routine that changes every once in a while. Today, Aria woke up very early. At 5:00 a.m. but failed miserably to fall back asleep. She decided to use her extra time wisely. Swiftly getting out of bed without waking Damon, she tiptoed out of their room, headed downstairs, went to the kitchen, and made herself an herbal tea. A drink she has become addicted to. She walked to the living room and sat on the couch facing the huge glass wall, which featured the beautiful forest with the sun barely peeking through the trees as it rose. She simply sat, drinking her tea and focusing on the view. She did not know how long she sat there. But soon her tea turned cold. And she got up to make some breakfast. As Aria got her ingredients out, the clock on the stove read 7:45 a.m. She figured Damon should be up soon. Recalling he had said something last night about us going somewhere, though she was too tired to remember the details. She started preparing eggs, bacon, and toast. As she began scrambling the eggs, she heard footsteps. Her mate came downstairs, looking very tired, and rested his head in his hands on the bar stools. As he is not a morning person. Good morning. Damn, Aria smiled, having given him a nickname over the past couple of weeks. At the sound of his name, Damon looked up at her. Good morning, baby, he said, giving her a tired smile. Breakfast should be ready soon, Aria said, walking over to him. I sigh and quickly take off the dress she had started on me. I go and plop on my bed, ready to sleep. I'll be back tomorrow morning to help you get ready. Good night, Princess Aria. Good night, Sarah. Thank you so much for everything. And as soon as the door closes, I'm fast asleep. I'm running. Running outside. Outside by water. By water with sand. Then, I realize I'm at the beach. In my wolf form. I've only ever shifted once, but this feels amazing. My wolf is sandy blonde color. Once she was next to him. He leaned his head on her stomach. And she ran her fingers through his hair. Feeling him dozing off. She then smelled the eggs burning and rushed to the stove, causing Damon to fall forward and off the stool. Ah, he yelled, hitting the floor hard, just as Aria saved the eggs from burning. The eggs were long forgotten as Aria rushed to the floor to examine Damon, finding he had only burst his lip open. Damon, she cried, asking if he was okay. Yeah. Baby. I'm fine. It's just a cut lip. It'll heal, he assured her, pulling both of them off the ground. He noted that her eggs were likely gone, the smell of burnt, blackened, inedible eggs filled the kitchen. Aria turned off the stove and threw the eggs away. Why don't we go get breakfast at the pack house? Damon suggested, leaning against the counter. Aria laughed, agreeing that it would probably be smart. They got ready and started the 5-minute walk to the pack house. We have to travel to another pack today, Damon said, holding Aria's hand. Aria asked why. Noting she was still in awe that he was her mate, Damon explained that it was his uncle's pack, and he was considering having either his uncle or cousin take over the pack when they leave. Aria had heard him talking about finding a replacement with his father before. She asked how long they would be there. A few days. It's far away and we may have to negotiate with them, he said, offering her the choice not to come. Of course. I want to come. Aria smiled. As they got close to the pack house. She loved the pack house. Seeing all the happy families. And appreciated that it was nothing like the kingdom. They walked into the pack house and toward the dining hall. Damon took his seat at the head of the table, and Aria took hers to his right. Daniel, sitting across from her, gave her a kind smile. Breakfast was delicious, and Aria made a mental note to thank the kitchen staff. Damon and Aria headed back to their house to pack. Daniel was staying behind to watch over the pack since Damon's parents were coming with them. Aria packed a few outfits and necessities in a small suitcase. Damon, freshly shaved and showered with wet hair, walked out of the bathroom. Are you ready to go? He asked, zipping up his duffel bag. Aria confirmed she was ready, grabbing her suitcase. But Damon stopped her at the top of the stairs. Taking her suitcase, he carried both their bags out to an expensive-looking car, where Catherine Damon's mother and Bradley Damon's father were waiting. They were riding with them to avoid hassle. Hello, Aria. Catherine smiled, giving her a hug, insisting Aria call her by her first name. Good to see you, Catherine, Aria replied. Damon walked over, grabbed Aria's hand, and pulled her towards the car. They took the back seat while Damon's parents sat in the front. As they began the journey, they sat in comfortable silence, Damon playing with Aria's fingers while she laid her head on his shoulder. They drove for a few hours through the forest, stopping only for gas and snacks. Aria walked into the gas station with Catherine, grabbing items she thought looked good, admitting she was not used to junk foods as they were rare in the kingdom. She did not know what the Coca-Cola and Doritos Damon had requested were. Catherine, do you mind helping me get what Damon wants? I'm not sure what they are, Aria asked, holding Oreos and a bag of chips. Catherine, who Aria found sweet, asked what he wanted. Aria repeated. He asked for Coca-Cola and Doritos. Catherine asked if Aria had never had a Coke before. Aria confirmed that the castle hardly ever had junk food. Catherine grabbed 2 red bottles of Coke and a red bag of chips Doritos, smiling that Aria would now get to try it, and paid for the snacks. Aria slid back into the car and gave Damon the food. Receiving his thanks, Damon and Aria started watching a movie on his laptop, sharing one earphone. Aria snacked and tasted the Coke, finding it pretty good. She fell asleep halfway through the movie and woke up lying on Damon's lap, finding him with his eyes closed but running his fingers through her hair. She slowly sat up and looked out the window to see a huge gate approaching. Damon. Get up, she whispered, yelled. His eyes shot open. But he calmed down when he saw where they were. Are we there? She asked. Yep. Now I'm going back to sleep, he said, laying his head on her lap and dozing off. I suddenly skid to a stop. Like my wolf had just seen the water. The water I've stared at my whole life from the library. Slowly my wolf starts toward the crashing waves. I don't know how to swim, but I hope my wolf does. Right when I'm about to take a step into the water, I hear a loud growl behind me. I start to cower, but my wolf seems to know this growl and starts wagging her tail. She then turns around to see his very large brown and blonde wolf, looking at us lovingly. As they approached the huge pack house, the pack members nearby started whispering and pointing at Aria. She noted that reactions varied across packs since her announcement. Some, like Damon's pack, were accepting, while others, like her parents, were ashamed to have a female heir. She wondered how this pack would react. Damon and Bradley led the group into the pack house, with Catherine and Aria following. The house looked similar to any other pack house. They entered a big office where Aria saw a man slightly resembling Bradley, who must be Damon's uncle. How nice to see you again, brother. The man, John, said, hugging Bradley. Aria often hid behind Damon when meeting new people to avoid the anxiety of being greeted first due to her status. Catherine hugged John, and then Damon moved to hug him. John peered over Damon's shoulder at Aria, his face turning into a scowl. How dare you bring this girl here? John quickly pulled away from Damon, pointing an enraged finger at Aria. Damon and Bradley were confused, asking what he meant. John called her a disgrace to royal family and said she should be a rogue. John's words triggered painful flashbacks of her parents yelling insults daily. You should have never been born. I can't believe you're my daughter. You're so ugly. And you ruined my life the day you were born. These insults ran through her mind, causing her throat to close up and her eyes to water. Aria whispered, I need to get out of here, and ran out of the office, past the pack members, and into the woods, running until her legs gave out. Tears streamed down her face, and she struggled to breathe. She lamented that everything had been perfect. She was away from her parents, had a loving mate, and was happy, but guessed all good things come to an end. Leaning against a tree, she took deep breaths, slowly calming down from the panic attack. She heard a twig snap, snap, and saw a young man around her age jogging toward her. She backed up against the tree. He slowed down as he reached her, squatting to her level, asking, What are you doing out here by yourself? Aria was relieved he did not see her as a threat. When she looked up, his face turned to shock, and she braced for insults. Instead, he stood up straight and bowed, saying, Your Highness, I'm so sorry, Aria told him. There's no need to bow. I'm Connor, Damon's cousin, he said, extending his hand, which Aria shook. Nice to meet you, Connor. She smiled. He confirmed she was Aria, Damon's mate. Aria blushed, apologizing for not introducing herself. Noting she was still working on common social skills, leaning against a tree, he asked why she was out there. Aria hesitated to insult his father, eventually saying, I was having a panic attack. Connor sighed, running a hand through his hair, saying he hoped it wasn't his father, who doesn't get your situation at all. Aria cringed, confirming, well, it sorta is. Connor groaned. rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Realizing his father couldn't keep his mouth shut. Let's go back to the pack house. I'll make sure my father doesn't disrespect you again, he said. Walking toward the pack house, Aria was surprised he wasn't like his father and quietly thanked him. Appreciating it. No problem. You're my future queen. He smiled. Aria boldly asked why he was being nice when the pack hated her. Connor explained that he understood her situation. The pack only saw her as a disgrace, and failed to recognize she didn't have a choice and had to follow the elders' laws. Aria wished everyone could be like him. As they walked out of the woods, a worried Damon ran toward her at full speed. He scooped her up in a hug, spinning her around. I'm so sorry about my uncle. We didn't know he'd be like this, Damon whispered in her ear. Aria pulled away, happy he was there, and smiling at him. Good to see you, Damon, Connor said. Damon looked in his direction and replied, You too, Connor, exchanging a bro hug. Later, sitting on a couch in the guest room, Aria was reading. Damon walked in. Slamming the door shut, he stormed over to the bed, fell back furiously, pulled at his hair, squeezed his eyes shut, and let out a frustrated groan. Aria walked over, ran her fingers through his hair, pulling his hands away from yanking his hair out, and kissed his forehead. Asking what happened, Aria noted that Damon's possessive wolf side had prevented her from attending the meeting, ensuring she stayed away from his uncle. Once I see the wolf that growled. I'm not scared anymore, but I feel comfort. The wolf starts walking towards me, and my wolf starts towards him. When they meet in the middle, I can't help but feel a connection with this large wolf. The amazing scent that comes off of him is like vanilla and oranges. I can't get enough of his scent. My wolf start to nudge and play with the wolf. And soon they both are playing together. Damon sat up, facing her, raging that his uncle didn't believe Connor was fit to lead a pack, and his father agreed. Aria asked if the decision wasn't theirs and Connor's, mentioning her growing desire to be involved in pack matters since starting royal training. Damon explained that while it was their choice, they still felt they had to listen to their parents. Aria grabbed his hand, lacing their fingers, and said she was sure everything would turn out as the moon goddess planned. Damon looked at her, smiled, and kissed her cheek, feeling lucky to have her as a mate. Aria suggested they leave the room because it was getting stuffy. Damon grabbed her hand, pulling her out. They walked around the pack house, passing the training field where Connor was leading soldiers running laps. Aria thought Connor would make a good alpha and deserved it. As they reached the front door, a young boy, no older than 13, ran up. Panting, he asked, Are you Princess Aria? Aria squeezed Damon's hand and asked why. The boy handed her an envelope, saying, The king and queen have a message for you, and bowed before running off. Aria opened the envelope and read the message from her mother, Queen Scarlet, informing her that her father had fallen ill and might not live long. The letter commanded Aria and Damon to return to the kingdom immediately. It stated that if her father died before the coronation day, Aria and Damon would be crowned king and queen without question or excuses. Connor will not be alpha, and that's final, Bradley yelled across the conference room. After receiving her mother's letter, Aria was rushed into this meeting to decide the Blue Crescent alpha. She had little input. Preoccupied with the sudden news of her father's quick illness, Damon and his father continued arguing, needing a swift resolution so Aria could get to the kingdom. A tiny, nagging voice urged her to stand up and use her royal command. She believed Connor, who sat quietly across from her, would be a good alpha, and knew Damon wanted him to take over. Finally listening to the voice, Aria stood up abruptly. Connor will become the alpha of Blue Crescent Pack. As your future queen, that is the final decision, she declared. using her royal command. Everyone submitted except Damon, who smiled proudly beside her. Very well then. Aria and I will be leaving for the kingdom shortly, Damon said, grabbing her hand and pulling her out of the room. They headed to their guest room for their bags. Aria saw a decent-sized box on the bed, wrapped in the royal colors and stamped. Inside was a dress and her tiara. While she loved her tiara and dressing like a princess, she had enjoyed not having to worry about it at Blue Crescent, where she could wear what she wanted and just be a Luna without the fame. She pulled out the items, changed in the bathroom, did a simple hairstyle, and placed her tiara on as her maid Sarah used to do. She walked out to find Damon in a suit, looking handsome. They looked each other over. Aria looked at herself in the full-length mirror, confirming she looked like a princess. I guess this is my life now, she said, adjusting her tiara. Damon hugged her from behind, assuring her, I'll be with you every step of the way. After locking eyes in the mirror, he buried his head in her neck and announced, Our car is here. They headed downstairs, where Connor was waiting next to a black limo. Damon's parents were staying behind to finish Connor's transition. Connor grabbed Aria's hand and bowed, saying, Thank you, Your Highness, for everything you've done and are going to do. Aria laughed, pulling him up, saying there was no need to bow as she was not yet a queen. Connor smiled, confirmed she would be soon, and placed a kiss on her hand. Damon growled behind her, It was a pleasure to meet you, Connor. Until we meet again, Aria said, as Damon pulled her into the limo. The car started moving immediately. Damon held her hand and said she was sounding more like a queen every day. Aria blushed, leaning on his shoulder, happy to have him. Unexpectedly, Aria blurted out, I'm scared to go back to the kingdom, admitting she missed the state of bliss they had been living in. Damon rubbed her arm and asked why. Aria listed her fears facing her mother after a long absence, anticipating their reactions. Seeing her father dying and becoming queen. She took a deep breath. They start chasing each other and soon the large wolf has tackled mine to the ground. I jolt awake in a cold sweat. Everything from my dream still there. The blonde fur, the amazing scent, the ocean and beach, the small wolf all together. I must find her. I slowly wake up. My wonderful dream long gone. I turn on my side to look at my clock. It read 7:34 a.m. I could still sleep for a bit until I had to get up for breakfast. Damon kissed her forehead, reassuring her, It's okay, baby. I'm sure the kingdom will love you. What's not to love? You're going to be an amazing queen. You have nothing to worry about because I'll be there to make sure everything goes perfect. Aria sighed, saying she was still scared about her parents. Damon yoked, They're your parents. You'll always be scared of them. Aria playfully punched his arm, saying he wasn't helping. And they laughed together, Damon's laugh being beautiful to her. 4 hours later, they drove through the royal village. Looking at the people and shops, it was different from what she had seen through castle windows. People had gathered in the streets to welcome her back, seeming happy. As they entered the castle gate, Aria stared at the beautiful castle, feeling a sense of happiness and comfort to be home. Though she still loved Damon's pack. The car stopped, and maid Sarah was waiting by the front doors. Aria rushed out, running as fast as she could in heels, to hug Sarah like her life depended on it. Oh, I missed you so much, Aria exclaimed, pulling away to smile at her. Sarah was interrupted by a sharp voice. Aria looked inside to see her mother standing at the end of the staircase, dressed formally with her crown and layers of makeup that made her almost unrecognizable. Damon mouthed, Go. Aria smiled and walked into the castle toward her mother. It's nice to see you again, Mother, Aria said politely. trying to show her royal training. Her mother smirked, looking over Aria's clothing, saying the training seemed to be doing her some good. Aria smiled, saying she found the training delightful. Her mother then criticized her for not wearing makeup, laying a finger under Aria's chin to examine her face, and asking, "How does your mate deal with such an ugly girl like you?" Aria disregarded the comment, asking, "May I see father?" "I suppose so. Follow me," her mother said, striding up the stairs, with Aria quickly following. Being back in the castle felt weird after getting used to the small house with Damon. Her mother led her to the castle's rarely used emergency aid room, suggesting her father must be very sick. Dr. Burrow walked out from behind a curtain, announcing, "Oh, your majesties." The king just awakened and pulled back the curtain. Aria saw her father, pale and sickly thin, merely a shell of the strong alpha king he once was. "Aria, you're home." He smiled weakly. Aria walked over and sat in the chair next to his bed, where he was hooked up to machines. "Hi, father," she said. He smiled, grabbing her hand, telling her she had grown up and looked like a queen. Her mother disappeared, and Dr. Burrow filled out paperwork. Aria and her father talked about Damon, his pack, and plans for the future kingdom. Her father teared up, saying he was lucky to have a wonderful daughter to take over once he passed. Aria realized that despite his lifelong rudeness, his illness seemed to have changed him. "Oh." Fathe Aria was cut off by 2 guards. One guard, looking stiff, said, "Princess Aria, Her Majesty, the Queen, request your presence in the throne room." Aria was shocked to be spoken to with the formal vocabulary usually reserved for her parents. "Goodbye, father," she said, kissing his forehead, and followed the guards out. Her heels clicked against the marble floors. She admired the guards' royal blue and strong gold uniforms. The guards led her into the throne room. She caught the magnificent scent of her mate, and her eyes locked with Damon's. Her mother sat on her throne, but her father's was gone. The guards disappeared, and Aria stood next to Damon, facing her mother. "Where is father's throne?" Aria asked, grabbing Damon's hand. "He won't be using it again, so I've decided to have it thrown away," her mother dismissively stated. Aria was outraged, knowing that every past king's throne was sacred, representing promises to the kingdom, and kept in the royal museum. "What mother that is sacred to the pack, the kingdom? Do you know what you've done?" Aria shouted. "It was my choice." "Now shut up," her mother shouted back. Damon gripped Aria's hand, trying to restrain her. "Do the elders know what you've done?" Aria yelled. Her mother scoffed, saying they didn't need to know, using a derogatory term for the elders. Her eyes scanned the room, trying to find me. When her eyes do find me bundled up on the bay window, a soft smile washes across her face. "Princess Aria, it's past dinner. The king and queen request you eat," she politely says, placing the tray on the table in center of the room. The royal library was very large, with 18 feet tall walls that were lined with books. Everything in the room had details of gold with oak furnishing everywhere. Whenever you walked into the room, you felt warm and cozy. I almost drift back to sleep, when suddenly Sarah barges into my room. "Princess Aria, it's time to wake up. You must get ready for the ball," she scolds. Then it suddenly hits me. I'm going to the royal ball. I bolt out of bed and into the ensuite, turning on the shower. "I'm sorry, Sarah. I completely forgot." I apologize, coming out of the bathroom to give her a hug. "Good morning." "It's fine. Your Highness. You've spent 18 years without it," She smiles, rubbing my back. That's it. The elders will know of your crimes. Aria yelled. Rushing to the elder hall, Aria stormed into the elders' meeting room, furious at her mother, with Damon rushing in behind her and grabbing her hand. Trying to remember the proper way to address them, she announced. Elders, I come to you with news of the Queen. Elder Reed welcomed her back. Elder Charles, the oldest elder, asked for the news, Aria stated. My mother, the Queen, had the audacity to demolish the king's throne, causing gasps in the room. Elder Charles roughly ordered the guards to bring the Queen. Glaring, Elder Gale, who often showed sympathy for Aria, asked if she knew why her mother did it. Aria replied that her mother claimed he was never going to use it again, and that she knew nothing else. Feeling intimidated by the elders, a scream came from outside, and the door burst open. 2 guards brought in her struggling mother and set her down next to Aria before leaving. This is all your fault. I should have given you away. You will never be my daughter. Her mother sneered. A typical insult. Elder Charles instructed. Princess Aria and Alpha Damon, please return to your chambers. And they quickly obeyed. Walking toward Aria's bedroom, Damon seemed furious but was attempting to hide it. What's wrong? Damn, Aria asked, squeezing his hand. It's nothing, he said, though a growl slipped out. They reached her room, which felt unfamiliar. Damon sat on the love seat, still upset. Aria sat next to him, grabbing his hand and rubbing his arm, pleading. Damon, please tell me what's wrong. Damon finally looked up, stating, your mother is so cruel. And Aria agreed. Damon growled, asking how she grew up with her, and how she was unaffected by the insults. Aria explained that the insults were nothing. They were her normal, and she was used to them. Damon asked if her father was similar. Aria said he sometimes was worse, recalling that when she was younger, she desperately wanted to impress him, pushing herself to finish her education at 13. Read almost every book, and learned 3 languages. However, no matter what she did, she could never impress him. A tear ran down her cheek. Damon wrapped his arms around her, apologizing. Aria mentioned that when she saw him today, he seemed proud, and she felt like he was actually my father now. Damon just held her, providing the comfort she needed. 1 week later, Madame Elizabeth, the royal instructor, told Aria they needed to speed up training because the coronation was approaching. In the past week, the elders officially overthrew Aria's mother, keeping her securely guarded in her chambers, leaving the throne empty. Serious matters were being handled by Aria's father, who was weakening daily. The coronation for Damon and Aria was moved up to 2 weeks from today. If her father passed away before that date, they would be crowned the day after. Aria, uncomfortable from the seamstress poking and measuring her, was being fitted for her coronation dress. Madame Elizabeth was stressed by the tight deadline. Damon walked into the room, smiled, told her she looked beautiful, and gave her a peck on the cheek. Aria and Damon had grown extremely close in the last week. Aria flinched from a needle poke and asked if he had finished training. Damon confirmed he was done and dismissed the ladies, telling them to leave. Aria reminded him she still had things to do. Damon replied that he didn't care, he wanted to spend time with her. He grabbed her waist, pulled her close, and kissed her. The kiss held passion and strong affection. Aria returned the passion, running her fingers through his hair while his hands moved along her sides. Damon intensified the kiss. He leaned back down, kissing her neck and finding her sweet spot. He kissed the area where he was supposed to mark her, causing Aria to moan audibly. A strange voice echoed in her head, saying, "Let mate mark you." Aria wanted Damon to mark her and truly become his. As he continued showing affection on her neck, she could not hold back. "Oh, just mark me, Damon," she moaned. He pressed his teeth into her skin. Aria felt a horrific pain and screamed as Damon held his teeth in the mark. After seconds, the pain shifted to pleasure. With tingling throughout her body, Damon slowly pulled his teeth out, licking the wound to seal the mark forever. Then pulled back to look at her. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I'm amazing. I feel incredible." Aria smiled, pulling him down for a kiss. They were interrupted by a knock at the door. "Good morning to you too." I grab my dressing gown and hop in the shower. The royal ball is an all-day thing. First is the royal breakfast, where my parents will announce me as the princess to the royal village. Then comes the alpha meeting, where all the alphas that have traveled to the kingdom and the king have a meeting. Then comes the queen's tea time, where the queen picks a few women and all the Lunas who traveled to join her in the garden and have tea with her. Damon mumbled to ignore it. Aria insisted she needed to answer it. Thinking it was maid Sarah, she rushed to the door, fixing her hair. She barely opened the door. Seeing a guard, "Yes," she asked. The guard informed her, "I have urgent news. I regret to have to give you this, but the king has sadly passed away a few minutes ago." He added, "We need you and your mate to make the announcement." Aria stood in shock, unable to believe her father was dead so suddenly. "Thank you. You may leave now," she stated, closing the door and sinking to the floor. "Baby. What wrong? Are you okay, Aria?" Damon rushed over. Aria looked at him and choked out, "My father is dead," holding back tears, adding, "We have to make the announcement soon." Damon pulled her into a hug, saying the announcement could wait. Aria sat in his arms briefly. She then firmly stated, "We need to announce his death. It can't wait. We're about to be king and queen. We have duties now. Get ready." She walked to the closet, feeling bad for being rude but prioritizing their duties. She quickly dressed in the classic morning gown. By tradition, the kingdom members and upcoming king wear black when a royal dies. But the upcoming queen wears white to represent her role as the kingdom's stronghold. Aria went into the bathroom, where Damon was styling his hair in an all-black suit. As she fixed her hair and placed her tiara, Damon came up behind her, hugging her, and whispered, "Are you sure you're okay?" Aria decided to stay strong until she was safe in privacy. "I'll be fine. Let's just get this over with," she said, pulling Damon with her out of the room. They headed to the balcony, meeting Sarah and a few elders outside. Sarah bowed and offered condolences. Elder Charles asked if Aria knew the speech. "Yes. I have it memorized," Aria replied. Elder Charles led her toward the balcony doors, asking Damon if he wanted to add anything. Aria stopped, feeling her anxiety rising. Damon sensed it, grabbed her hand, and gave it an assuring squeeze. He locked eyes with her, seeing concern and potential tears, forced a smile, and rubbed his thumb across her trembling lips. He kissed her forehead, and a stray tear slipped down her cheek. Then everyone goes to get ready for the ball, which somehow takes all afternoon. Then the royal ball starts, where every alpha is supposed to attend. Each alpha brings a few unmated wolves from his pack and his beta, in hopes that the wolves will find their mate. The only issue is that the blue crescent pack never comes. At least that's what I've been told. This ball has been a tradition for years, started by the very first king, as a way to bring a sense of community among the packs, Sarah always explained to me how amazing the ball was because multiple packs were able to connect and form friendships between not only neighboring packs, but also packs far and wide, and brought down the chance of disagreements leading wars. Apparently, it's all Alpha Damon's fault. As my father rants about, he's the most hated alpha of the royal kingdom, as he never shows up to these balls or any social events, which has caused his pack to be a very secluded and independent, without many allies. Once I'm done showering, I wrap my dressing gown around me and walk out into my bedroom. I see Sarah taking out the hair supplies and makeup. I look over to see a gorgeous light green dress decorated with flowers. These are the types of dresses that the women wear to my mother's tea time. I would always watch from the windows above the garden, admiring all the beautiful dresses these high-status women wore. Does this mean I'm going to mother's tea time? I ask in disbelief, pointing at the dress. Ever since I was a little girl, I've wanted to go to tea time, but since I didn't exist to the world, it never happened. Sarah looks at me from my vanity where she was organizing some makeup brushes. Then to the dress I'm pointing at. Yes. It took a lot of convincing your mother. But she agreed. Sarah smiles, as tears start to form in my eyes. I go over and give her a big hug. She always tried to do what was best for me. Now go put it on. We have more stuff to do, she says, pushing me and the dress into the bathroom. I change into it and I can't help but feel special in it. It makes my figure look great and my eyes pop. I walk out and do a little twirl. I love it, I laugh, jumping up and down. Come and sit, so I can do your hair. I sit down on vanity stool, looking at myself in the vanity mirror. She curls my hair into pretty, long curls, letting them fall down my back. She does some light makeup, knowing I don't like a lot. Then, tells me to go put on some nude heels. Nothing too tall, as I wasn't too comfortable with heels just yet. Now, for the final thing to make you a princess, Sarah says, holding something behind her back. She pulls out a red velvet box with the royal logo etched in gold on the top. She slowly opens the box to reveal a beautiful gold tiara with diamonds and sapphires spread throughout. This was your grandmother's. Your mother refuses to wear it, saying it's too old-fashioned. But I thought you'd like it as a token of good luck. It is a bit old-fashioned from what my mother wears, but I've seen this tiara in all the portraits of my grandmother. It meant so much to get to wear this tiara. I absolutely love it. Thank you, I smiles, hugging her. She places it right on top of my head and it feels weightless. I've always thought that they would be heavy, but I guess not. I look at myself in the mirror and smile. This day will be a dream come true. Now, go meet your parents in the garden, maid Sarah says, pushing me out the door. There was many different accents in the room, such as the large fireplace and long oak table that sat in the center of the room. But one wall had a beautiful bay window that shows off the forest that I've gotten used to watching throughout my life. What I loved the most is what's beyond the royal border. From here on the third floor I can see the beautiful ocean, tempting me every day. I could barely make out any details from this distance, but I just felt an urge to be in the water. I head downstairs and into the garden to see my father in a button-up shirt and dress pants, and my mother in a dress that made her figure look perfect, and the tallest heels I've ever seen. They notice me walking outside and head over to me. You look very nice, Aria. My father compliments. He's always been more accepting about me than my mother. My father was a born royal, and my mother was the most popular girl in the whole royal village, and I think having me would have ruined her reputation. My father doesn't really care though. He just has a very hard personality because he's a king, and my mother has way too much influence over him. Thank you, Father. I smile at him. I look at my mother and see a scowl on her face. Let's start heading to the breakfast, so we can get this over. My mother groans. Walking back inside, I look at my father. But he heads inside too. Right when he's about to step inside, he turns back and holds out a hand to me. I silently take it, walking back into the castle. My mother walks a few feet ahead of us as my father walks right next to me, keeping my pace. How are you feeling about the kingdom meeting you? He asks, rubbing my shoulder. I had never really been in contact with him, so his hand felt foreign on my shoulder. I'm a bit nervous, but mainly excited, I say, trying to not come off as too nervous. I had always strived to make my father proud. I think it was in my DNA. As we almost arrive at the dining hall, where all the village is, I can't help but feel a lump form in my throat out of nervousness. I'm excited for the kingdom to meet you, he quietly states. I stop for a second. Did he really just say that? Dear, please go in without us. I need talk to Aria for a bit. My father calls to my mother. She easily waltzes into the dining hall. Aria, I know it seems like I want nothing to do with you, but I had to. If I had gotten close to you, I would have told the world that you're my daughter. Your mother would have killed me for telling anyone. I am so proud you, and I can't wait for the world to see who you are. I know this isn't going to fix everything, but I hope you understand. Now, let's go in. He grabs my hand and pulls me to the door. We slowly walk in, and as soon as the crowd sees me, the whole room erupted in whispers. Which isn't really whispers since we all have wolf hearing. The beautiful dining hall is filled with 5 very long tables, each side stuffed with the village werewolves. There was a raised platform towards the front of the room which had a smaller table and 3 chairs facing the other tables. My mother is sitting in one of the chairs, and my father is pulling me towards the other chairs. My father sits in the middle, as he is the king. My mother sits to his right, and I guess I sit to his left. I slowly sit down, staring at crowd. Some pointing fingers, some wide eyes, some pure shock. Who is she? Is that their daughter? Maybe she's our new queen. She's so pretty. I couldn't help but blush at the last whisper I heard. My father soon stands up and everyone is silent. They all stand up in unison. I look around and everyone is standing up. I don't know if I should stand up or not. But soon my father starts speaking. Thank you all for coming to the annual royal breakfast, he says, using his alpha voice. Small cheers and claps come after. I know you all are wondering who this lovely young lady is next to me. I would like to introduce you to our daughter, Princess Aria, next heir to the throne. The room exploded in cheers and claps. My father grabs my hand and pulls me to stand up. Everyone starts to bow at me and I can't stop blushing. I know this may come as a surprise to many of you, but Aria has been kept in hiding for the past 18 years of her life, from the fear her mother and I had of the dangers of this world. Enemies would have an easy target to hurt the crown. But as she is now of age, we must release her to the world to find her mate. The Queen and I have decided to step down from our position whenever Princess Aria has found her mate, my father says. I cringe at the amount of lies he used in his speech. No one would ever know the truth of my childhood. Let's eat. The breakfast went really well. Once I was done eating, my mother told me to go around and meet some people. I feel like I met everyone in the village, and my hand felt numb from all the handshakes I was giving. I was surprised at how welcoming the whole village was. I didn't expect to be accepted so fast. I haven't left the castle grounds since I was 3, so I never got to go see the ocean, feel the sand, hear the waves crash. But I dreamt that one day I would get to experience what it was like. Almost every day, I do the exact same thing. I wake up and maid Sarah helps me get ready. I eat breakfast down in the dining hall with all the other servants, but they had no clue who I was. Currently, my mother and I are walking to her special tea garden. It was time for the Queen's tea time while all the guys are finishing up their meeting. As we walk outside, all the ladies in the garden smiled at me. Most of the Lunas don't know who I am since they weren't at the breakfast, but the news travels fast in the werewolf community due to mind linking. By this evening, everyone will know who I am. I don't know how much I like that. Queen Scarlet. Is this your daughter? I heard about one of the older Lunas asked. My mother gives a cheerful, yes. Her whole attitude changed when she was around other people. I guess that's what queens have to do. Hello. Princess. I'm Luna Sally of the Red Forest Pack. The Luna says, extending her hand for me to shake. After meeting all the Lunas and few pack members, we start the tea time. I quickly realize what this really is. It's just a place for all the Lunas to gossip. I notice a girl about my age. I think she was Luna Katarina of the Royal Guard Pack. That's the pack my father has. Pack around our kingdom as a guard. She seemed as lost as I was. So I moved to sit next to her while all the older ladies gossip. Is this your first time? I whisper to her, leaning next to her a bit. She seems shocked for a second but shakes out of it. Yeah. I found my mate a few months ago. And haven't really been trained to be a Luna yet. She whispered. Don't worry. The kingdom just found out about me today. I smile. She gives me a confused face. You're Katarina. Right. Yes. Princess Aria. She nodded. Well. You have a new friend. I can sense that the party is almost over as a few people leave. Would you mind coming to my room to get ready for the ball? No. Not at all. Let me just mind link my mate and grab my dress. She gasps. Tonight's gonna be really exciting. I smile. Grabbing Katarina's hand, and we start running through the garden. To the castle. As I sit in Alpha meeting, I can't help but be extremely bored. I've never understood the royal kingdom. If I was king, I would change so many things. And now that they kept a secret of the next heir makes me believe they're unworthy. I only ever came to these meetings. The ball never sparked an interest in me. My beta convinced me to go to the ball this year as I'm now 21 and can't continue to run my pack without my mate. I thought I was doing a good job without a mate, and that having one would only complicate things even more, but my beta was becoming a pain in my ass. My pack members were excited to finally attend the elegant ball, but I certainly was not. I lean my arm on the chair I was sitting in and place my head in my hand. Tuning out the few alphas arguing, my fingers fumble around with a pen. When suddenly my wolf perks up. The intoxicatingly smell of mint and chocolate from my dream suddenly flows into the room. I quickly sit up and look around the room, but no one has entered. The king notices my alerted look and instantly asks Alpha Damon. Is something wrong? He asks, staring at me. Maybe it's coming from the hall outside the meeting. I needed to find out. Will you excuse me for a second? I ask. The second I get a nod. I'm bolting to the door. I quickly open and close it behind me. I see no one in the hall. But I can still smell the scent. I follow it down the hall and around the corner. Then it gets mixed with another scent. I try to keep following it, but it soon disappears. Katarina and I have been talking for a while, getting to know each other. I found out that she actually comes from Brazil, and I got to learn a lot about her heritage. She learned a lot about my life and how I was kept hidden. It felt nice to confide in someone about what I went through. So, what is it like having a mate? I ask. Laying down on my bed with Katarina. I've never really seen what it's like to have a mate. And I'm supposed to meet mine very soon. It's the most amazing feeling ever. Thomas is so sweet. I can't wait for you to meet him. She gushes. Obviously in love. I'm about to reply. But in rushes maid Sarah. Princess. I'm awfully sorry I'm late. I was helping in the kitchen and lost track of time. Sarah pants. From running through the castle. She then notices the other lady in the room. Who is this? Oh. This is Luna Katarina of the Royal Guard Pack. I state, pulling Katarina out of the bed. This is her first royal ball as well. So she's getting ready with me. Well. Lovely. Now let's get you girls ready. Sarah smiles. I walk around the castle grounds until I was tired of walking around. Head up to the library to read until dinner. then get ready for bed. It's a boring routine. But I've grown to like it. Especially with the company of Sarah. Thank you. Sarah, I state, closing my book and walking over to the table. Princess Aria. What book are you reading now? Sarah asks. As I sit down in my chair. Maid Sarah almost raised me. She's been my maid ever since I was born. We start off with Sarah doing Katerina's hair in a braided crown, while I paint her nails pink since her gown is a sparkly pink. Then vice versa. My hair is now falling down my back in curls with a few pieces pulled up. And my nails are painted a pale blue. Katerina is now doing my makeup while Sarah finishes up my dress in her own room. She hasn't let me see the dress. And I don't remember what it looks like since I was so tired last night. Do you think you'll meet your mate tonight? Katerina asks. Applying some foundation and concealer. I'm not sure. I had a dream last night that makes me think I will. I sigh. Closing my eyes so she can apply eyeshadow. I'm scared to meet him. Do you not want a mate? She asks. I do. It's just I've locked up for so long. I want to explore the world before I find my mate. I sigh. Wondering about my mate. I promise you. Once you see him, you'll only want him forever, she says. Okay. Open you eyes. How will I know it's my mate? What if I see him and don't know it's him? Oh, Aria. Your wolf will tell you. Katerina laughs. Applying mascara to my eyelashes. I've never had a connection to my wolf. I only shifted once when I turned 16 and that was it. I say. Fiddling with my fingers. Do you know why you can't shift or feel your wolf? The doctor says I'll have a connection when I meet my mate, I state. As Katerina finishes off my makeup with a pale pink lipstick. You're all done and ready for the ball. Katerina smiles. Except for the dress. Almost on cue. Sarah comes into my bedroom with a bag. That I'm guessing has my dress in it. My goddess. You look gorgeous. Princess. Sarah gushes. Coming to give me a hug. You're growing up and I don't like it. Both Katerina and I laugh at her. Katerina starts on her own makeup. Since I'm no good at makeup, Sarah gushes for a little longer until she realizes the time. Oh. You both have to get dressed. Princess. You have to be downstairs in 10 minutes. Sarah quickly grabs the bag she brought in. She slowly takes a dress out of the bag. Out comes a beautiful pale blue gown with gorgeous blue flowers all over it. Thank you so much, this is gorgeous. You outdid yourself, I smile. As a few tears gather in my eyes. Don't cry. You'll mess up your makeup. Maid Sarah states. Here. Go put it on and take these shoes with you. She hands me a pair of light brown heels with details of gold. And I rush into the bathroom to change. When I come out, Katerina is almost out the door. Her makeup is done and she has her dress on. I finish strapping up my heels. And stand up straight. You look like the princess you're supposed to be. Sarah cries. Katerina is out the door. Rushing to get to her room. Here's your tiara. Now go to the main foyer. She places the tiara on my head like this morning, and I'm off down the hall. I slowly descend the stairs. Seeing my parents at the bottom. My father in his suit with his crown on. My mother in a tight-fitting red dress to match my father's tie. With her crown on. When I reach the bottom of the stairs, I almost slip from the heels. But my father catches me. I hear the little snickers coming from my mother. Let's head to the entrance. So we can start greeting everyone, my father states. Grabbing my mother's hand and walking towards the grand front doors. My father waves his hand at the guard and they slowly open the doors. I slowly walk behind my parents. With my head down. Once the doors are completely open, I'm blinded by the flashing of cameras. The paparazzi is crowding the walkway to the castle as we were standing at the grand entrance to greet all the alphas. I stand next to my mother since that seems right. The paparazzi is yelling different things that were very hard to make out, and I felt a bit overwhelmed. Soon the flashes and yelling stopped as the first dark limo pulled up and out exited our first couple to greet. The first Alpha and Luna are from the Red Moon Pack on the outskirts of our land. They bow and shake hands with my father, and the same with my mother, but when they reach me, they only bow and don't shake my hand. I guess you don't do that to princesses. Next is Alpha Thomas and Luna Katarina. They both look so in love. They both greet my parents like the first couple. But when Katarina got to me, she bowed and gave me a hug, which I gladly accepted. Soon we've met all the Alphas and Lunas. A few Alphas either haven't met their mate or have lost their mate, so there wasn't always a Luna to meet. All the pack members, betas, and village members enter in a different entrance. I see the sun beginning to set, which means the ball will begin soon. My parents always saw me as a burden since I was not the normal firstborn. In the werewolf community, every alpha, including the king, will always get a son as the firstborn, becoming the heir. But if a daughter is the firstborn, the family is disgraced. It's stupid old traditions that we still follow. So my parents kept me a secret. Only the castle workers know about me. Even a few don't know that I'm the princess. As always, Alpha Damon doesn't come. My father groans, starting to turn to walk back into the castle. Your Highness. His beta and pack members have entered the ball. He should be coming shortly. One of the guards inform us. Fine. We'll wait 5 minutes. If he doesn't show up, then the ball will begin without him, my mother harshly states to the guard. Just then, a black SUV pulls up with the blue crescent pack logo on the hood. He's here. Aria. I want you to keep your head down. This alpha is dangerous. My father warns me. So, I do, as he says. And keep my head down. As the door opens, the strong smell of orange flows towards me. It was the scent from my dream. The scent keeps getting stronger as I feel a strong presence coming closer. Almost as strong as my father's. I feel like something in my head is jumping around. But I can't tell what. You finally decide to come, my father questions. Don't be so rude. Your Highness. A deep voice throws a sly remark at my father. Something with that voice makes feel so calm. All I want to do is look up. But I won't disrespect my father on my first day as a true princess. Good evening, my queen. The voice says. Getting closer. The amazing scent is now wrapping around me. And making feel thing that I've never felt. Suddenly a finger pushes my chin up. And I'm met with beautiful chocolate brown eyes. Instantly my breath is taken away and a little voice in my head chants, mate, mate, mate. Where his finger is on my chin. Explodes with tingles that shot through where he touches my skin. It felt euphoric. His touch. His smell. His eyes. Just being in his presence was an overflow of need to be his. Then suddenly he crashes his lips onto mine and my whole body explodes in tingles like I've never felt before. I found her. She was in the castle all along. And no, I'm kissing her. This is the best feeling ever. My wolf is freaking out in head. So am I. I pull away from her small body. Smiling. She was mine. Why does my heart suddenly feel like I'm floating on cloud 9? She was gorgeous. Her blonde hair. Green eyes like emerald. The smell that was driving me crazy. I wanted to take her away from this world and spend eternity with her. Just from one kiss. I'm Damon and it's an enormous pleasure to finally meet you. I breath. Holding her waist. It's nice to meet you, Damon. I'm Aria. Your mate, I guess. I can't help the shudder that goes down my spine when she says my name. She looks over to see her parents gone. We should head in. Can I just have 1 more minute alone with you, I beg? Not letting go of her waist. Absolutely. I can't believe this. I'm speechless. she says, looking up at me. She was the perfect height compared to me. Right below my shoulders. You're my mate. This is the best day of my life. I gush, wrapping my arms tighter around her to bring her into a hug. She squeals as I pick her off of the ground and spin her around. What do we do now? My heart doesn't want to leave your side, and I don't even know who you are. I feel like I've known you for years, but I don't even know your favorite color. She laughs, obviously thinking though all her feelings. Well, my favorite color is blue, which, by the way, looks beautiful on you. I smirk towards her, causing her to blush. And I believe we go attend this royal ball together and begin to learn about each other. Yeah. I think we should head in. Please don't leave my side. She pleads. I can't help but want to wrap her up in my arms again and promise that I will never leave her. I push away the urge and grab her hand and lead her towards the ballroom. I know this is her first royal ball, so I hope that I can bring her comfort. She suddenly stops in her tracks walk when we enter the ballroom. I turn to look at her. She's looking around with wide eyes. It's a lot to take in. Huh, I whisper in her ear. She slowly nods her head. Come on. Let's head in farther. She follows me into the center of room. Most people dancing to the live music that was being played. I grab her hand and waist, urging her to dance with me. I don't know how to dance. I was never taught. She shyly lowers her gaze to the floor. No worries. I can teach you later for other balls. I smile, pulling her off the dance floor. She then stops to talk to somebody. It's Luna Katarina. I guess since she's from the Royal Guard, she knows Aria. I stand next to her with my hand on the small of her back as I tune out their conversation. I was scanning the crowd for my pack members and also for any possible threats towards my mate or I. I never felt safe at these events as it was very easy for a mass attack to happen. All alphas, lunas, and betas in one place is a very easy target. Ever since I was born, I've never had a good relationship with my parents. But Sarah is like a mother to me. She practically raised me. She taught me how to brush my teeth, how to shave my legs, what a mate meant. Everything you could imagine. Pride and Prejudice. I state, starting to eat my dinner. This was my favorite book. I've probably read it over 100 times. Again. You read that last week, she exclaims, a smile creeping on her face. So it's a good book. While I'm sure the king has plenty of security, I still don't feel safe that my newly found mate was without any sort of guard other than me when she was just announced to the world as the princess. Wait. Does that mean I'm going to be king? Or is Aria going to come back to my pack with me? There's so many things I want to know about her. I wish I could just have her all to myself, but I was glad she was finally able to experience a royal ball. Damon. This is my friend, Katarina, and her mate, Thomas. Aria says, getting my attention. I quickly greet them and was about to start a conversation, but the king and queen walk on stage. Welcome, everyone, to the 94th annual royal ball. The king announces. He's always seemed so annoying to me. Everyone starts clapping. Even Aria next to me. I slowly start to clap, but then it dies down. The king does a long speech, and when he finishes, everyone goes back to what they were doing. Aria, I want you to meet someone. Come with me, I say, leaning down to her ear, so she can hear me over the crowd. I don't miss the shudder that rolls down her back. I pull her to where my beta and my parents are talking. Hello, son. Who might this be? Clinging to your arm, my father insults. He's always been judgmental to any women I introduced to him, as it was very common that women would cling to me due to my title. But I had always saved myself for my mate. I didn't even realize she was holding my arm until she starts to pull away. But I quickly stop her. It felt so natural, like she was meant to be there. I would like to introduce Princess Aria. All three of them bow. My mother locking eyes with Aria. My mate? What my mother yells. Choking on the glass of champagne she was drinking. My father looks in shock. But Daniel, my beta, doesn't look surprised. It's lovely to meet you. I'm Beta Daniel of the Blue Creek Pack. Daniel introduces himself, shaking Aria's hand. I saw you two walk in together and knew you were mates from the start. Aria and I spend the evening getting to know each other. Walking around the large ballroom while sipping on a few different drinks. She would be pulled away to talk to some important member of the village or pack, but I always made sure to stay right by her side. As the night began to wind down, only a few linger in ballroom, including the king and queen. A maid comes up to Aria and whispers something in her ear. I'll be right back, she says. The kisses my cheek as she leaves. She walks over to her parents and starts talking to them. She looks so beautiful. I'm so lucky. I take off my suit coat and untie my tie, leaving it hanging around my neck. She walks back over to me, looking much less happier than before. She's standing in front of me, with her hands playing with the ends of my tie. I reach up and start twirling a piece of her hair. I could tell she was nervous about what she had to ask. Can you stay the night? She asks. As most of the guests spent the night dancing and drinking, Damon and I spent the night getting to know each other. From favorite foods to childhood memories, we talked about everything under the sun. The night was winding down and hardly anyone was left in the ballroom. I was telling Damon about how much I loved peanut butter cookies when maid Sarah come up to me and whispers in my ear, your parents would like to speak to you, she says, then wanders off somewhere. I'll be right back, I tell Damon, then kiss him on the cheek. I start walking over to my parents. I don't know why I kissed his cheek. I just did. Ah. Aria. My mother greets, we wanted to talk to you about your mate, since he's an alpha. We will have to hold a meeting to discuss everything of succession and leadership of his pack. We would have liked that he went back to his pack with everyone else, and discuss this on a later date while you stay here to start your royal training, but the elders will not separate you two. So he will stay here and we shall discuss everything tomorrow morning. Your mother and I are heading to bed. I trust you will be fine, my father explains. I can't believe he wanted to separate us. They can't even congratulate me. Yes. Father. Good night. I nod. Turning back to my mate, I start walking towards him and see he has taken off his suit coat, and his tie is hanging around his neck. He looks so hot in his white button-down. I'm so lucky. I realize how weird it's going to be for me to ask him to stay the night. When I reach him, I start fidgeting with the ends of his tie. As he starts playing with my hair, I laugh, finishing my soup, smiling at Sarah. I slowly finish my dinner while Sarah leaves me soak in my alone time in the library. I began to read again, but I'm soon stopped halfway through a page. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the king and queen have requested your presence in the throne room, maid Sarah states, and taking the tray out of the room. I quickly head to the throne room. Can you stay the night? I awkwardly ask, not looking him in the eyes. Of course. May I ask? Why? He sweetly answer. He's so amazing. We need to discuss some stuff with my parents tomorrow. I smile, grabbing his hand. All right. I'll let my beta know, he says, and I see his eyes glass over, meaning he's mind-linking. How about we head to bed? Oh. Yeah. It's getting really late. Let's go. I start leading him towards my room. I guess we'll be sleeping together, since we don't have a room ready for him. Not that I had a problem with that. Once we reach my room, I head in to see Sarah, ready to help me get ready for bed. She soon sees Damon and realizes something. Oh. Your Highness. I'm so sorry. I'll leave right away, she rambles, scurrying out the door. I try to stop her, but she runs out the door. Who was that? Damon asks. Walking further into my bedroom. Maid Sarah. She basically raised me. I smile. Slipping off my shoes, I walk over to where Damon is. He's looking at my single shelf of book. Now that I'm standing next to him with my heels, I feel much shorter. This is one of my favorite books. He says, picking up To Kill a Mockingbird. I keep my favorite books in my room. So, if I can't sleep, I have something to read. I only read it if I can't sleep. But it's really good, I say. Looking at all the other books, Damon puts down the book and looks towards the huge flat-screen TV. Opposite my bed. Are you a book or TV person? He asks. Setting down his coat on my bed. I've only turned on that TV twice. I laugh, hoping that answers his questions. I hope that you have a library. Not just those 5 books. He smiles, brushing a piece of my hair behind my ear. Of course. We do. You should see it one day, I state, trying not to gush about my love for that library. Why not now? He suggests, grabbing my hands in excitement. I guess we could. Everyone should be asleep, I mumble, hoping it's just Damon and I. I should change. And then we can go. He nods. Taking a seat on my bed, I head into my closet and grab a pair of leggings, a sweatshirt, and some socks. I walk over to the bathroom, glancing at Damon to find him laying on my bed with his eyes closed. I walk into the bathroom and start taking my makeup off. Once it's off, I change out of my dress, then I pull my hair into a ponytail. I try to sneak out of the bathroom without Damon noticing, but I was frozen in place. Standing in front of my bed was a shirtless Damon, with his muscled back turned to me. He had on some black sweatpants and was putting on a gray t-shirt. He senses my presence and turns around so I get a full view of his strong chest, delicious abs, and V-line leading down to only what my mind can imagine. Hey. Daniel dropped off my suitcase. It took me a second to register who Daniel was, with Damon pulling on his shirt covering my distraction. Okay? I was gonna go change, I say, pointing to the closet. There's no need to. You look gorgeous. He smiles. I can't help but blush. I still need to change, I state, walking to the closet. But he stops me by grabbing my hand. You don't need to change. You look beautiful to me, and that's all that matters. Trust me. I'm your mate, he says seriously, but also smirks. I can't tell if it's the mate pull or not, but I feel like I'm starting to grow intense feelings for him. Thanks. I guess we can go then, I sigh, lacing my fingers with his. As we walk next to each other, I can't help but have a few questions for him. Can I ask a few questions? I ask, playing with the hem of my sweatshirt. Yeah. Go right ahead, darling, he answers. My heart skips a beat when he uses a nickname. Where's your pack located? Along the west coast. It's a long drive from here. How old are you? Arshayi. You? Shaba. Do you have any siblings? No. But I do have cousins. Since you want to go to the library so much. Are you our reader? Not really. My mother has a library in the pack house that I sometimes use but rarely. Then why did you want come? Because you obviously love it. So I want to see what you love. We now arrived at the library. The huge doors are closed like always. I let go of Damon's hand to open the door. I prance into the library like I always do. He slowly follows me inside. Welcome to my happy place. I smile at him, standing in the middle of the huge room, with my arms stretched out. I do a little spin, then start looking for a book. Damon wanders farther in, looking around at all the books. Wow. This is huge compared to my mother's. Damon mumbles. I keep looking for Pride and Prejudice but can't seem to find it. What are you looking for? One of my books. Pride and Prejudice. Actually, I say. Still looking around the room, all the maids are rushing around the castle, preparing for the annual royal ball that was set to be held tomorrow. Every July, the royal family holds a grand ball at the castle as a way to join together all the packs and create a sense of community among the large kingdom. As I walk into the throne room, I can't help but feel intimidated by my parents staring down at me from their thrones. I see Damon walk over to the bay window and it reminds that I left the book there. I walk over and grab the book from the seat. Found it. This is an amazing view. Damon sighs, staring out the window. It's my favorite part of the whole castle. I love what's on the other side of the border. I say, sitting down, still looking out the window. Have you never been to the ocean? He says, realizing what's on the other side. No. The last time I left the castle grounds was when I was 3. I say, looking at him. That's terrible. I promise, as your mate, that I will make your life 10 times better than this. That I will make every one of your wishes come true. And that you will never be locked up again. Once he finishes, he leans down and locks his lips with mine. Kissing him is like the rest of the world disappears and it's just me and him. In endless space. He slowly pulls away. Both of us breathless. Are you going to read your book? Damon asks, looking down at the book I'm holding. In between us. Oh, yeah. I stutter, still recovering from the kiss. Why don't you read it to me, he suggests, sitting down right in front of me. Okay. Sure. Have you read this book before? I ask, opening the book. No. I've only read a few books, he says. Then he turns around and lays down, placing his head in my lap. Okay. I'll start at the beginning. And that's how we spent most of the night, until I started to yawn and Damon said we should go to sleep. I bring the book back to my bedroom just in case. As I slide into bed, almost asleep, I feel 2 arms wrap around my waist, pulling towards Damon. He then grabs my hand and laces our fingers together. Good night, Aria. Good night, Damon. I woke up to a knock on my door. As I go to get up, I'm stopped by something holding me down. I turn around and see Damon gripping my waist. Sound asleep. He looks so calm and at peace while he's sleeping. How is this the most hated alpha? I move to brush a piece of his hair away from his face, but as I'm about to touch his face, I hear the knock again, causing me to flinch and hit Damon in the face. He jolts awake, looking confused. What the hell, he says, looking around the room trying to find what hit him. His eyes then land on me. His eyes soften. I'm so sorry I start to ramble, but am cut off by his lips on mine. He pulls away with a content look on his face. It's fine, baby. He smiles. Then I suddenly remember the door. I spring out of bed into the door. I open it, revealing Sarah. Good morning, princess. I'm sorry to wake you, she says kindly, giving me a warm smile. It's fine. I should have been up by now, I say, keeping the door open enough so she could see me but nothing else. I was wondering if you required my help getting ready this morning. I think I will suffice by myself. But thank you. Very well. The king would like that Alpha Damon and you come to the meeting at noon today. She waves goodbye and I head back into my bedroom. As I turn around, closing the door, I'm lifted off my feet and into Damon's arms. I laugh as he carries me to the bed. He lays me down on the mattress as he hovers over me. Good morning, Damon, I laugh as he kisses my nose. Good morning, my beautiful mate. I blush at his comment. I have a question. Go right ahead, I urge him. Will I become king or will you become my Luna? He asks, rolling over to lay next to me. I'm not quite sure. That's what we're discussing today. I truly didn't know or even think of that. Okay. I was just wondering, he mumbles. Obviously not happy with my answer. I look over at my clock. It read 1113. Oh goddess. We need to get ready, I exclaim, getting out of bed. Before I can get all the way out of bed, I'm pulled back by Damon grabbing my hand. The meeting is at noon. One more kiss, he states, puckering his lips. I smile and give him a peck on the lips. Then get out of bed. I walk to my closet, picking out my clothes. I'm going to take a shower. I hear Damon yell from the bathroom. I reply with okay and then hear him say something that makes my cheeks heat up. Care to join me, Damon? Shush, I scold him, hoping no one heard him. I then hear the shower start running. I decided on a light blue halter dress and some black sandals. I start to get ready at my vanity, which was located right outside the bathroom. When I'm finished, Damon walks out of the bathroom in a gray button-up and black khakis. He comes up behind me and just hugs me while I fix my hair. Damon. I need to go brush my teeth. I sigh, pulling his arms away from my waist. He follows me to the bathroom, then sits in the counter, watching me brush my teeth. Why are you staring? I ask, wiping my mouth. I just can't believe you're my mate. He smiles. Damon pulled away, wiped the tear, gave her a sad smile, and whispered, You've got this. You're so strong. Boosting her confidence, Aria signaled the guards to open the doors. The crowd quieted as Damon and Aria slowly walked onto the balcony. The whole village was there, and Aria felt her anxiety skyrocketing. She delivered the royal death speech. Ladies and gentlemen of the royal village, I come to you today with the terrible news of my father, King Richard of the Werewolf Kingdom's death. He passed away from a rare sickness that could not be cured. We are all devastated from his death. But we must continue our life, as that is what he would wish for. We cannot leave the throne empty. So, tomorrow evening my mate and I's coronation will take place. The crowd cheered, and Aria's anxiety intensified, causing her to hyperventilate. Damon noticed and quickly finished. We are glad you are pleased with our coronation. Till tomorrow. Rushing her off the balcony, Aria bolted to their bedroom, hyperventilating, nearly blacking out, and experiencing an anxiety attack. Sitting on the shower floor, Aria could no longer hold in her feelings, allowing the tears to mix with the water. She felt the pain of losing her father, just as he was beginning to change, and the stress of becoming queen. A sob broke through her body. She pulled her knees up, believing she was not ready to be queen and would fail the kingdom, thinking her mother was right. Aria baby, where are you? Damon called from the bedroom. Aria ignored him, hoping he would leave, feeling he deserved a strong mate. His footsteps came closer. Aria, you know I can feel where you are and I can sense your feelings now that I marked you. Right, he said through the door, reminding her of their connection. She saw him slowly open the bathroom door through the foggy glass. She stood up, tears falling, and asked coldly, What do you want? Damon. He asked if she was okay. Receiving no reply, he said, Screw this. Another wave of anxiety and grief hit Aria, quickening her breathing as she sobbed. Damon stepped into the shower. She focused on his eyes, and as soon as he saw her, he wrapped her in a hug, causing her to break down completely. He ran his fingers through her wet hair as she sobbed into his shoulder. It's okay, baby. Everything will be all right, he whispered. No, it's not. I'm not ready to be queen. I need my father back, she sobbed, clinging to him. Damon insisted she would be an amazing queen. She cried again for her father. Damon put his hands on her face, pulling her head up to look at him, stating that going through hard times is part of life. And they must help each other through everything. He expressed his sadness at seeing her distressed. A louder voice in her head commanded, "Kiss, mate. Pleasey." Aria found courage in the voice and kissed Damon. The voice commented, "Ah, mate is so tasty." Which surprised her. "Hello, Aria. My name is Kai. I'm your wolf," the voice then revealed. Aria quickly pushed Damon away, clutching her head, shocked that she finally got her wolf. Kai confirmed that she did, explaining that Damon's mark made it possible for them to connect, as he had never been able to reach her like this before. "Aria, why are you scared?" Damon frantically asked, grabbing her arms. "I got my wolf," she said breathlessly. Later, Aria sat in bed, sometimes communicating with Kai, while Damon sat at her feet, asking questions. Damon mentioned his wolf could feel hers, but neither Damon nor Kai could feel the other directly. Aria explained that the royal doctor had said she might not get her wolf until she met her mate. She had started hearing a small voice saying minor things, but today she found out it was Kai, who confirmed that Damon marking her enabled their connection. Damon asked if she had shifted. She replied, "Once. When I turned 16, but I can't now." Feeling sadness over her parents' embarrassment that she couldn't shift, Kai immediately comforted her, "Don't worry. Mate is all we need now. We don't need parents." Damon looked at her sympathetically, grabbed her leg, and pulled her into his lap. She snuggled into his warm chest, wrapping her arms around his torso. "Do you think I'll make a good king?" Damon whispered. Sounding slightly scared, Aria smiled, placing a kiss on his chest, assuring him he would be amazing and loved by the kingdom. She asked if he was happy becoming king. He admitted it was nerve-wracking. He had only started wanting the role after meeting her. He always wanted to change her father's decisions but never saw himself doing it. Aria reassured him that he was made for it. He noted that the royal balls and social events would take getting used to, as he never enjoyed them. But having a gorgeous queen on his arm might help. They peacefully fell asleep. A loud knock woke Aria. Damon's strong, warm arms were wrapped around her. He groaned, asking what they wanted. As he got out of bed, Aria watched his bare, muscled back walk toward the door. She slowly got out of bed and walked up behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist and peeking over his shoulder to see a guard. "Everything is ready. We just need you to," the guard said, referring to the coronation. Damon closed the door after dismissing him. "All right, baby. Are you ready?" Damon asked. "I don't think I'll ever be," Aria replied, hugging him tighter. He reassured her that she would do great and pulled her into the closet. Aria grabbed her coronation dress, which was her grandmother's dress with alterations. She headed to the bathroom, reflecting that her mother had hated her grandmother's traditions and heirlooms, creating her own crown and gowns. Aria was glad to continue the tradition of using her ancestors' heirlooms. She put on gold heels and did her hair, carefully placing her tiara, knowing she would exchange it for the royal crown today. She walked out to see Damon dressed in a perfectly fitted navy blue suit. "You look gorgeous, Aria," he said, pulling her into a kiss. She smiled, feeling confidence in becoming queen because of him. She asked if he was ready. "As ready as I can get," he said, pulling her out of the room. They walked hand in hand toward the throne room. Overnight, the servants had worked hectically, sending invitations to all alphas and high-ranking wolves, setting up the ballroom for the after-party, and arranging chairs and a stage in the throne room for the coronation, which was custom to be broadcast. Damon and Aria headed to the overhead room, typically used for guards to watch over the royals. Looking through the small window, they saw every Alpha and Luna, along with hundreds of camera crew and photographers. Aria spotted Connor and Damon's parents in the front row. "Look, it's your family," she exclaimed. "You mean our family?" "My love. What's mine is yours," he sweetly corrected, kissing her temple. Elder Charles interrupted their people watching, announcing, "The ceremony is about to start." Damon squeezed Aria's hand and smiled at her. "All rise to welcome Princess Aria and Alpha Damon," Elder Charles announced. And the large crowd stood and applauded. Alpha Damon led Princess Aria onto the stage toward Elder Charles. The crowd quieted, leaving only the sound of paparazzi cameras clicking. "As you all know, our king passed away last night, leaving the throne empty. Today we will be crowning a new king and queen," Elder Charles announced. And the crowd applauded again. Princess Aria and Alpha Damon stood across from each other, holding hands. As Elder Charles began the ceremony, he took the ancient royal dagger and approached Princess Aria first. As she held the royal blood, "Princess Aria of the Werewolf Kingdom, do you pledge your life to fulfill your duty as queen to protect your people, mate, and keep them healthy?" he asked. "I do," Princess Aria replied without hesitation. Elder Charles sliced her palm with the royal dagger, making her blood part of the dagger, which was believed to be connected to the moon goddess. Elder Charles then addressed Alpha Damon of Blue Crescent Pack. "Do you willingly give up your role as Alpha and pledge your life to fulfill your duty as king to protect your people, mate, and keep them healthy?" "I do," Alpha Damon affirmed. And his palm was sliced as well. To seal the ceremony with the moon goddess and their wolves, Elder Charles instructed them to interlock hands. Their cut, bloody hands flowed together, sealing them as mates forever and connecting them with the moon goddess. Elder Charles placed the king's crown on Alpha Damon's head after he bowed, and then did the same for Princess Aria. Raising their interlocked hands toward the sky, he proclaimed, "I announce to you for the first time, King Damon and Queen Aria of the Werewolf Kingdom." The after-party in the ballroom began, with people dancing and chatting. King Damon and Queen Aria were restricted to the stage, receiving gifts and congratulations from various alphas and villagers for over an hour. Damon grew restless. Just before the next couple approached, Damon pulled over his beta, Daniel. Damon told the couple that he was going to steal the queen for a bit, and that Daniel would take their place. Aria yelled that he couldn't throw Daniel into it unprepared. Damon laughed, assuring her he had mind-linked Daniel ahead of time, and that he wanted to spend time with his queen. Aria insisted they had royal duties, but Damon smirked, pulling her toward the dance floor, saying, "They can wait till tomorrow. But for now let's dance," and pulled her into the waltz. Aria pretended she couldn't dance, but Damon reminded her she was forced to learn in her royal training. Noting her perfect dancing, Aria pointed out Daniel and his mate, saying they looked happy. Damon confirmed they were best friends before becoming mates. Aria leaned into Damon, noting they seemed perfect for each other. Damon kissed her cheek, saying, "Just like you and me." A fast-paced song began, and they joined the classical dance, Aria laughing with pure joy. Damon smiled, staring at his mate. Aria suggested they get a drink. Pulling Damon off the dance floor, they took wine glasses from a waiter and headed to one of the ballroom balconies. "I don't think I've had so much fun," Aria smiled, leaning against the railing. Damon grabbed her waist, happy that she seemed happy. Aria complimented his appearance in the crown, finding him very handsome, noting how well the gold contrasted with his dark hair, and finding a new appreciation for the crown, which she was used to seeing on her father, Thank you. A. Damon replied, looking down at the dancing crowd. Damon felt a new surge of pride that these were now his people. And he was in charge. Aria yoked, leaning into his chest. We're in charge of them now. Aren't we? Damon asked if she felt the connection. Upon her crowning, Aria gained the ability to mind-link her kingdom, an ability her parents had suppressed from birth. Aria replied that besides mind-linking, she felt pride for them and the need to keep them safe. The crowd continued celebrating, moving past the mourning for the late king. The moon goddess, who planned Aria's life, intended for her to be a strong queen who would not be cowed by insults. Viewing her as the next world changer, walking into the conference room, Damon smiled. Seeing Queen Aria at the end of the long table talking to Daniel, wearing her crown beautifully, he believed she suited royalty and deserved this, reaffirming his lifelong mission to show her how much she meant to him and the world. Holding hatred for her parents who had neglected her and called her a disgrace, Daniel handed Damon a file. Damon nodded, sat at the head of the table, with Aria on his left and Daniel on his right. Surrounded by elders and high-ranking wolves, Damon opened the file, which contained multiple pages of headlines. Starting with pack transfers. Let's start with pack transfers. I understand that quite a few of my old pack members want to follow me here. I don't see why we can't accept them into the royal village, Damon said, missing the pack house and the wolves. Aria, looking through her file, responded that they lacked room, as almost 250 members requested to move. And they did not have a pack house. One of the newest elders nervously asked if they had space to build a pack house. Damon's wolf noted the weakness. Aria stated they had about 20 acres of land from the old school, but would require demolition of the old building. Damon felt pride in Aria's strong leadership. Colin, the highest warrior, supported the idea, noting many villagers struggled to pay for houses. Damon asked how soon they could get a construction team. Someone replied that many wolves were ready to start immediately. Damon instructed that one group should design the pack house, and another should start demolishing the old building. 2 hours later, they were on the last issue, Aria's mother. Aria stiffened. Elder Charles addressed Aria, saying they couldn't keep her mother locked up forever, noting Aria had to finalize her fate. Aria asked for the options, grabbing Damon's hand under the table. Elder Charles explained that for royal vandalism, she would serve community service and be banned from royal grounds. If Aria charged her with child neglect, she would serve 10 years in prison and 5 years on parole. Aria took a deep breath. Damon sensing her wolf's anger, Aria slowly stated, "I'm charging her with child neglect." Looking to Damon for support, Damon nodded, confirming it was the right choice. Elder Charles confirmed she would be escorted to the royal prison in Darkshield Pack, known for its cruel prison. Damon dismissed everyone. He stood up, and Aria immediately grabbed him in a tight hug. Damon wrapped his arms around her and breathed in her scent. "Did I make the right choice?" she whispered. "Yes. She deserves it. Baby," Damon said, rubbing her back and kissing her head. A small, middle-aged woman curtsied behind him. "Your Majesty," she began. Damon, adjusting to being addressed formally, asked what she needed. She informed them they were to be moved to the royal suite today. "Thank you, Noel," Aria said, smiling at the lady. As they walked out, Damon asked how Aria knew the names of all the maids and guards. Aria smiled, explaining she grew up with them and befriended most of them since they didn't know she was the princess. She giggled, saying she was very good with names. They entered their bedroom to find maids moving furniture and packing. The maids bowed, startled. Maid Sarah rushed over, suggesting they spend time together while they finished in a few hours. Aria agreed but insisted that once everything was moved to the suite, the maids should not worry about unpacking. When Sarah protested, Aria used her command, "Nope. Queen's orders. We'll be on our way now." And they left. Damon's office contained overflowing stacks of post-coronation paperwork. They began the lengthy process of signing forms. An hour later, Aria finished her stacks and began organizing filing cabinets alphabetically. "I hate paperwork," Damon sighed, filling out a form for a rogue. Aria yoked. "Welcome to the rest of your life." Wrapping her arms around him from behind his desk chair, Damon hoped this was just the post-coronation rush. Aria pointed out it was almost dinner time. Damon considered skipping dinner to finish. Aria groaned, pulling his hand, insisting he come. Joking, he already sounded like an old king. Damon smiled and pulled her into his lap. She straddled him, wrapping her arms around his neck. He kissed her nose, saying he just wanted to get his work done. Aria persuaded him, saying he had all tomorrow and should spend time with his mate. "Fine. Anything for you." He smirked, lifting her up, her legs wrapped around his waist. And she pecked his lips. Smiling, they walked to the dining hall, where they ate with elders, warriors, and their families. Damon, who skipped lunch, finished quickly, and Aria finished soon after. "Let's head back to the room," Aria said, standing up. Damon went to take the left turn toward their old room, but Aria stopped him, reminding him they had the suite and pulling him up to the 4th floor. The 4th floor had always been forbidden, even to guards. They reached a white and gold door. Aria opened it, and they both gasped in awe. The huge suite had 2 stories, light hardwood floors, and green, pink, and white walls. The bottom floor held a small living and dining room, multiple bookshelves, and a kitchen with white cabinets and dark gray counters. The loft contained the bedroom with a huge chandelier and bathroom, and led to a beautiful balcony overlooking the forest and the ocean. "I've never been in here before," Aria said, looking around. All her old furniture had been moved in. Surrounded by boxes, she insisted on unpacking herself. "This is our home for the rest of our lives," Damon said, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. "It's time unpack, babe," Aria said, pulling him toward the boxes. Damon groaned about her refusal to let the maids help. Aria lightly punched him, insisting they could do it alone, and asked him to unpack the books, ensuring they remained alphabetical. Aria went up to the loft to unpack clothes. Damon started shelving books, noting her massive personal library. Almost done. He heard a small yelp and then a bang from upstairs, making him sprint up. He found Aria near the closet, having fallen into a huge box of clothes and then falling over while trying to get out. Still stuck in the box, Damon laughed hard. "Damon, please just help me up," she whined. Once his laughter calmed, he pulled the box off her and helped her out. "That wasn't funny," she grumbled, angry at his laughter. Damon apologized, calling her silly, and kissed her forehead. After a few more hours, the suite was finally unpacked and decorated exactly as Aria wanted. Standing at the loft railing, staring down, Aria said, "It looks perfect." Damon sighed, laying his head on her shoulder. "I can't believe we're king and queen." Aria joked that there was no going back. Damon said honestly that he wanted to change a lot because he hated what her father did to the kingdom. Aria agreed that her father never thought about his people. They soon plopped onto the bed, exhausted. Damon wrapped his arms around Aria, turned off the lights, and started to fall asleep. "Good night, my queen," Damon said. Good night. My king. Aria replied. Being queen is hard work. I didn't realize my mother did this much. It's been a week since the coronation. And I've been busy. I've had multiple meetings. Visited all the different schools in the village. Helped design some of the new pack house. And ensured everything is running smoothly throughout the whole kingdom. I've become much closer to a few of the people I work with. Such as Daniel's mate, Claire. And a few of the top warriors. I've barely seen Damon. We both work all day and are exhausted by the time we see each other. It's been hard not being able to talk to him and connect with him. Our wolves have felt the disconnection and have been yearning to see each other more than a few minutes a night. I'm currently walking through the village, towards the work site of the new pack house. Damon has been working with the rest of the warriors, saying it helps me bond with them and be the king. I want to be Endue. Once I arrive at the work site, I see my sweaty mate holding up a wall frame. His shirt is off, and his muscles are bulging as he holds up the heavy wall. The pack house was almost done with the framing. He must have sensed me as he looks directly over to me and makes eye contact. He gives me a wink and mouths 1 minute. They nail in the wall Damon was holding. And he makes sure it's in place before he jogs over to me. Hey baby. What are you doing here? Damon asks. After giving me a kiss on the cheek. I finally have a day off and wanted to see you. I really want him to take the day off with me. But I doubt he's able to. He takes his royal duties very seriously. Which makes me so proud. Really, well, if you have nothing to do, I'll pack up my stuff here and spend the day with you. Are you sure you're able to? I ask. Unsure if he's truly free all day or just saying it because I was here. Of course. Unless you don't want to spend time with me, he says, grabbing some of his stuff from the work site. No. No. I want to spend time with you. I panic. I was just joking. He laughs. Then he leans down and kisses me. A round of cheers and catcalls come from the men on the work site. Damon pulls away. Still laughing, he turns around and gives the men on the work site a glare, signaling them to quiet down. Hey Blake. I'm leaving. You're in charge, Damon says, still smiling. Yes. Your Majesty, a warrior says from the work site. Let's go, Damon says. He grabs my hand and starts running towards the castle. As we run through the village, we get a few strange looks from some people. The sweaty, shirtless king pulling along the queen with heels and a dress on isn't normal. We finally make it to the castle. I'm out of breath and heaving as Damon just stands there like we didn't just run 5 miles. Your Majesties? Are you all right? A maid walking by asks. Yes. She's perfectly fine. Damon answers for me. The maid keeps on walking past us. Maybe you need to work on your stamina. Shut up. Damon. I grunt, taking off my heels and storm up to the suite. Come on. Baby. I was just joking, Damon pleads. Running to catch up with me, I decide to give him the silent treatment even though I'm not terribly mad. Oh goddess. Please not the silent treatment. Please baby, I'm sorry, Damon says, stepping in front of me, stopping me from walking. I stare blankly at him until he moves and lets me enter the suite. I walk up to the loft and place my heels in the closet. As I walk out of the closet, I'm tackled onto the bed by a sweaty body. Please. Aria, just say something. I'm sorry. Damon pleads, pinning me onto the bed. I stare up at him. His eyes show how sorry he truly is and how much this is hurting him. I can't take the sad look in his eyes anymore. It's fine, baby. I wasn't even that mad, I smile, pecking his lips. He then wraps his arms around me and squeezes me tight. His head is resting on my chest as I play with his hair. We just lay there, enjoying each other's presence. Our wolf were loving this. Just being in physical contact with Damon made my wolf purr. I place a kiss on top of his head, which makes him push up so he's hovering over me. Do you want to watch a movie downstairs? He asks. He knows I barely watch movies, but he's confessed he loves them. Yeah. You pick it. I smile. I'll do anything for him. He smiles and grabs me, lifting me over his shoulder. This causes me to start laughing as he runs down the stairs and heads towards the couch. He lays me down and then grabs the remotes. He lays down next to me and turns on the TV, since we've moved in. I've had some maids redecorate the suite. Instead of green and pink theme, it's now burgundy and gold. I've also gotten some new furniture and such. Damon turns on a movie. I'm not sure which one. He wraps his arm around me, and I snuggle closer into his chest. As the credits roll on the screen and the movie ends, the day turned into a movie day, with popcorn and tons of movies. But as the day turns into night, I feel Damon start kissing my neck. He keeps getting close to my mark but then kissing the other way. He's teasing me, and I'm getting frustrated. I soon swing my leg over his hips, so I'm straddling him and kiss him. He deepens the kiss as I wrap my arms around his neck. His fingers run through my hair as our lips move together. He soon licks my lips, asking for entrance, which I gladly grant him. His tongue darts into my mouth, exploring every spot it can. I soon pull away to catch my breath and start kissing down his neck. Aria. Baby. Damon groans as I found the spot where his mark is supposed to be. Not many females mark their males as it isn't necessary. But I want to so bad. My wolf must have felt it too. As my canines elongate, I brush my new sharp teeth against his marking spot, getting a deep moan out of him. That was enough for me to plunge my teeth into his skin. It was like instinct. The metal taste of blood hits my tongue as Damon lets out a loud moan. It made my wolf purr at the pleasure we were giving our mate. I soon pull away, licking up his blood. My teeth go back to normal as his mark heals to match mine. It was a small wolf howling towards the moon. I move back to give Damon a deep kiss. He had placed a shirt on halfway through the first movie. I now wanted nothing more than that shirt off of his body. I quickly pull the shirt off, breaking our kiss. We stare at each other, breathless. How far are we going? Baby, Damon says, placing his hand on my hips. Over the past week, almost every night we've come to this point but haven't made it past this. I stare at his beautiful eyes. I realize that I'm ready to commit to this handsome man. Let's go all the way, I say, looking at him with all the love I can give. As soon as the words come out of my mouth, his lips cover mine, kissing intensely. All I wanted was him. He picks me up, carrying me up to the bed. He lays me down on the bed, keeping our lips locked. He slowly starts to unzip my dress. He pulls it off my shoulders and it pools at my feet. His eyes run over my body, taking it all in. His eyes shot back up to mine, dark with desire but slightly overpowered by love. Aria. I love you so much, he whispers, leaning closer to me. I love you more. My eyes slowly open, groggy as always. I smile as the memories of last night flood back into my mind, but that smile is long gone when I try to move and almost everything hurts. The cause of the pain is sleeping peacefully next to me. Damon isn't all soft and fuzzy in bed. Not that I didn't enjoy that. I very slowly roll over, onto my back, and reach down to the floor to grab my button-up shirt from yesterday. It luckily was rather big on me, so it reached mid-thigh. I look over at my very naked mate, sleeping on his stomach. Small snores coming from him. I can't help but smile at the beautiful man I get to call mine. I can see the mark that I left last night. A sense of pride surging through me. The thin sheet was bunched up from his hips down. I continue to stare and admire him until I hear him say, you know it's rude to stare, right? He laughs, opening his eyes to look at me. I roll my eyes at his comment. Not if what I'm staring at is mine. I smirk. As he rolls over on his back, he smiles at me, placing a hand on my thigh. I'm sorry, he says, rubbing my thigh. What do you mean, I ask. Confused. He gestures to my thighs. I look down to see some deep bruises. They don't hurt. I actually sorta like them. How sore are you, he asks, placing a soft kiss on my bruise. I'm not that sore. Damn. I smile, trying to show him by swinging my legs over his hips, but the pain on my face gave it away. I'm sorry, baby. I can go get you some Tylenol, he says, ready to get up. No, stay, I just want to lay with you, I say, stopping him from moving. I slowly lay down on his chest, trying to find the least painful position. A loud beep sounds through the suite, coming from multiple places. I sit up, confused on what it was. It's the intercom. One sec, Damon says. He reaches over and presses a button on the phone next to our bed. Soon Daniel's voice comes through the speaker. Hey Damon and Aria, he says, his cheerful voice coming through. What do you want? Daniel. Damon's alpha side comes out mixed with his frustration of us being interrupted. Well, Claire wanted to make you guys some breakfast. And I thought it was good idea, since you've been working so hard. Daniel says. You can tell he's nervous about how Damon's going to react. No. Daniel I Don. Thank you very much. Daniel. Bring it on up. I say, cutting Damon off. I press the button to let them up. Really, baby, I just wanted it to be us. Damon groans, sounding like a child, but they were being nice. Now go put some pants on. I smile, getting off of him. You stay up here. They'll just freak out over our scents and everything, he says, pulling on some joggers. Fine, I say, knowing he won't budge on it. I hear the front door open. I throw on a pair of his boxers. Damon is headed downstairs before I fix his hair or tell him to put on a shirt to cover up the multiple hickeys. Sweet moon goddess. It stinks like sex in here so bad. I hear Daniel groan from downstairs. Daniel. Leave them alone. I hear Claire scold Daniel. Damon, she's got you whipped. Look at that mark, Daniel says, probably smirking at Damon. Daniel. Shut up. I hear grumpy Damon say. Where is the lovely Luna? Daniel calls. Looking for me. I walk to the end of the loft, looking over the kitchen. Seeing Daniel, Claire, and Damon with a bunch of food. Hello everyone. I smile. Seeing Damon get even grumpier, I slowly make my way downstairs. Still very sore. Once I reach the 3, I wrap my arms around Damon's torso from behind. Well, we're gonna leave before you two ruin my innocence, Daniel says, pulling Claire towards the exit. Oh, shut up. Daniel. We all know you aren't innocent. Claire laughs, but leaves with him. Now I have to all to myself, Damon growls, picking me up and heading back towards the bed. 1 month later, waking up in Damon's arms is something I'll never get tired of. Over the past month, our tight schedule and busy days seemed to have died down. Everything was running smoothly. No huge problems. The kingdom was flowing nicely. The elders were always pleased with what we were doing. We've made multiple changes to the werewolf laws. All things Damon has dreamed of changing. Oh. And as for Damon and I, we've never been better. That gorgeous man just seemed to be getting more sexy every passing second. Ah. Gushing about me is what keeping your mind occupied. Damon mind links me, causing me to blush. Ever since we mated, his new favorite thing to do is read my mind. I turn around in his arms so I'm facing him. His stunning eyes staring at me. Over the past month, he's grown out his stubble to a small beard. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Good morning, Damon. I smile, giving him a short kiss. Good morning. A. He replies. He then digs his head into the crook of my neck. I feel this wave of insecurity wash over me. But it wasn't my emotions. It was Damon's. Why would he feel like that? Damon. Are you okay? I ask, running my finger through his hair as he nuzzles further into my neck. Yeah. I hear from him. Slightly mumbled. I try to see what he's thinking of and what caused this feeling, but he made a wall in his mind that I can't get through. Babe. I know something is wrong. I say. He never blocks me out of his mind. No. I'm fine. He groans, kissing my neck now. I know he's trying to distract me from whatever he's upset about. You can't lie to me. I'm your mate. Remember, I joke, trying to pull his head from my neck. Fine. What do you want? He asks, pulling away from my neck and pulling me on top of him so I'm straddling him. He has this annoyed look on his face which starts to fuel my anger. I want to know what's wrong, I say, frustrated that he won't just tell me. You don't want to know. It's stupid. He mumbles, looking away from me. Damon. I felt your emotions. Just tell me. I say a little bit softer. I've never seen him like this before. After a long pause, he sighs and looks me in the eyes. My wolf was putting thoughts into my head about you leaving me. I guess with all the meetings and you making Colin your right-hand man. I felt jealous and scared to ever lose you. It's stupid. My wolf is being jealous, he says, staring into my soul. Colin was one of the head warriors. He was my personal guard for meeting and helped me a lot with my Luna duties. I didn't know Damon was bothered by it. It's not stupid. I didn't know your wolf was bothered by that. I trail off. I'm not gonna stop talking to people just because Damon is jealous. It's just, seeing you able to spend more time with him than me is so hard. I know he's your guard so he has to be with you, but when we aren't together, my wolf keeps nagging at me. He hates that his mate is alone with an unmated male. He keeps telling me you're secretly having an affair with him, or that you'll one day leave me for him. Damon sighs, finally expressing his true feelings. Damon. I don't where your wolf is getting those thoughts, but never in a million years would I ever leave you. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me. Whenever I'm not with you, I count every second till I can see you again. Colin knows how strong our relationship is. I've gushed to him about you to point of annoyance. Baby. You have nothing to worry about, I say, pecking him on the lips. He stares up at me. Sadness, mixed with jealousy. He gives me one word. Together, he says, looking up at me a little bit more reassured. Forever. I smile, intertwining our hands. The loud beep of the intercom floats through the suite, ruining our small moment. I press the answer button. Queen Aria speaking. Who is this? I say, waiting for the person on the other side. Queen. It's me. Colin. I hear his voice come through the speaker. I look down at Damon to see him roll his eyes. Speak of the devil. He whispers. What do you want? Colin, I ask. I'm here to escort you to your 1000 AM meeting. He says, sounding nervous. I completely forgot about that. Crap, I need to get ready. I jump out of the bed and into the closet, asking Damon to finish the call. I'm going with her. So your services aren't necessary. But thank you, Warrior Colin, I hear Damon say. Ending the call, I slip on a white dress with flowers on the bottom. It was quite tight to the body, but I was fine with it. Wait. You're coming to the meeting? I ask Damon, looking for my shoes. Yeah. I forgot to tell you last night, Damon says, slowly walking into the huge closet. Hurry up. We're gonna be late. I say, still looking for my shoes. I moved it to 1030. We'll be fine. he says, grabbing a suit. Are you looking for these? I look at him to see him holding my shoes. Of course he would find them. I smile and take the shoes from his while thanking him. You look beautiful, by the way. I love that dress, he says, pecking my cheek. He leaves to the bathroom. I do my hair and makeup at my vanity. I placed my crown on my head. The crown was always a requirement that I never wanted to follow, but it was tradition. Damon walks out of the bathroom in his dark suit and styled hair. I love how he looks with his crown on. So royal and powerful. Let's go. I smile, grabbing his hand as we head downstairs. The walk to the meeting was always an enjoyable one. We passed multiple guards and maids, bowing or biting us, "Good morning." As we enter the conference room, I sense more wolves than usual. Why are there so many people? I ask Damon through our mind link. Just wait and see, Damon says, leading us to our seats. I was suspicious of Damon not telling me more about the meeting. I saw all of the head warriors here. Quite a few elders. And I believe a few alphas from other packs. Thank you all for being here today. I know some of you were called last minute, but I am glad everyone could make it, Damon says, standing up and speaking to the group surrounding the table. The more he speaks, the confused I become. Now, as some of you know, the former queen was sentenced to prison in Dark Shield Pack a few months ago. Alpha Alessandro. Thank you for imprisoning her, but you have sadly failed us. I look over to see a powerful man seemingly cower at Damon's alpha tone. Wait. Does this mean my mother is free? I was informed last night that the former queen has escaped prison with the help from 2 other wolves, who have also escaped. My head snaps to look at Damon, as I feel anxiety wash over me. My mother was free again. She could be coming to get me. How could Damon not tell me sooner? Please inform all of your surrounding packs to be on the lookout for her. I have already set up a search team to head out until they find her. Head warrior Colin and 10 selected wolves will leave once this meeting is over. He's sending away one of my closest friends. What is wrong with him? The pack members will not know about this. Only the highest rank wolves. I don't want this to be public. Keep it as quiet as you can. Thank you all for being here. You are dismissed, Damon says, giving a curt nod to everyone. At this point I was fuming with anger. He didn't tell my mother was on the loose. He wouldn't even tell me what the meeting was about. And he was sending away Colin because of his stupid jealousy. I couldn't be next to him anymore without lashing out at him. I quickly left the conference room. Without saying anything, I storm back into the suite, throwing my shoes somewhere in the room. I start pacing back and forth through the living room. Each step I take, I become angrier at him. I could feel the anxiety and panic trying to creep up, but the anger I felt overpowered it. After 10 minutes, I hear the suite door open. I look over to see Damon stroll inside. Like nothing happened. How could you do that? I spit at him. He instantly stops in his tracks. The look of confusion on his face made me want to slap him for being so oblivious. What? He says, placing a folder he was holding on the kitchen countertop. How could you hide this from me? She's my mother. I deserve to know if that maniac is locked up or not. I yell at him. I didn't want you to have a panic attack or anything. He says. If anything, not telling me made it worse. Knowing that she could have easily done something to us while I was unaware of her escape. I say, fuming at him. I'm sorry. But I can't go back now and change it. So get over it and let's try to find her. He snaps at me. No. The person finding her is the one person who is supposed to protect me when you're gone. The one person who I can talk to that doesn't cower in fear because I'm the queen. The one person who is actually my friend is the person you take away from me. I shout at him, my eyes filling with tears. So, he is more than just a friend to you, Damon says, jealousy filling his eyes. Oh my goddess. Damon, can you push your possessiveness away for 1 second? I don't love him. He's just a friend, can you get that through your thick skull? I was just trying to help you. Why can't you see how I was trying to help, he says. Trying to help. You just took my one friend away and kept secrets from me that I deserve to know, I yell back at him. You know what? Leave, I don't want any more of your help. Fine. I'll leave. But you're never getting Colin back. Finding your mother is a suicide mission, he says, slamming the door on his way out. As soon as he leaves, the anger goes away and the anxiety and panic take over. I know he didn't leave the castle. I could still feel his presence. I spend that day sitting in my bed, having multiple panic attacks, and crying myself to sleep. Aria, I know you're in there. I need you to respond so we know you're okay. If you don't answer, we'll have to break in. I hear Sarah say through the intercom. They had to use the emergency access to talk to me since I wasn't answering them. It's been over 24 hours of me not replying to any of them. They've resorted to the worst. Thinking I could have died. I reach over, out of the bed, and hit the answer button. A loud beep sounds through the empty suite. I've been bundled up in our death, my bed, for the past day. The bed had tissues and food wrappers thrown all over it, showing what state I was in. I couldn't sleep without him. My body craves his touch. A few times my body was so exhausted it shut down and I was forced to sleep. I've also been nauseous. I believe a side effect of the lack of sleep and eating extremely terrible junk food. I'm fine. My groggy voice barely says into the speaker. I haven't stopped crying since the fight. I could feel the dry tears all over my face and neck. Honey, is it okay if I come up? Just to make sure everything is okay, Sarah says. She was the only person that could see me like this. I press the answer button again. Yeah, I say. Moving into a sitting up position, I press the enter button and end the call. I hear her enter the suite. Her heels clicking against the marble floors. She starts walking up the stairs. As soon as we make eye contact, she freezes. Oh dear. Let's get you into the shower, Sarah says, grabbing my arm and pulling me into the bathroom. Sarah. I just want to go back to the bed. I complain, not wanting to leave the warm bed. Aria snap out of it. You are the queen. Yes. What happened is terrible. But you still must lead your people, she says to me, making me stare at her in shock. I take a deep breath and nod at her. I can't just abandon my people because I felt like being selfish. Now get into the shower. I will pick out your clothes, and you will go to your meetings like regular, Sarah says, walking out of the bathroom. I quickly take a shower and walk out of the bathroom to see a white button-up shirt, a navy blue pencil skirt, beige wedges, and my crown. Sitting in my bed, I quickly get dressed, do my hair, and finish up my makeup. I've made you breakfast. I'll be heading out for my chores. Good luck today. Your Highness, I hear Sarah shout from downstairs. I say a quick thank you before grabbing my folder for meetings and run downstairs to quickly eat breakfast. I see the folder Damon left on the counter yesterday. Seeing it made my anger for him return. I pick it up and look inside. It was full of war plans in case finding my mother goes wrong. I realize that if I don't leave soon I'll be late. I finish my breakfast and leave the suite. Sleeping in one of the guest rooms without Aria felt awful. I barely got any sleep. My mind was never calm without her. My wolf continued to pace around my mind as he worries about her. And what she's doing. The maids were confused when they saw that their king was sleeping in a guest room and not with the queen. They tried to clean the room but quickly left me alone when they saw my state. My mind stayed occupied with all the meeting and such. By the end of the day, I realize I haven't seen or even smelt Aria anywhere in the castle. I knew she was still here, but I couldn't sense her well-being. That worried me even more. Who knows what could have happened to her while I'm away from her. It was early morning when I decided to send maid Sarah and a few guards to go check on Aria. I knew she didn't want to see me as much as I didn't want to see her. But I had to know she was okay. Now. Here I am. Waiting in my office for maid Sarah to give me an update on Aria. I shoved my hands into my dark blue suit, pacing my length of my office. I should be filling out paperwork. But my mind was on Aria. And Aria only. As much as I didn't want to admit it, I missed her. I was starting to see how what I had done was wrong. And why she was so hurt. I just wish I could go back and change it. A knock on my door pulls me away from my thoughts. Yes. I ask, waiting for maid Sarah to enter. The door opens, and Daniel walks in. I let out a disappointed sigh. Wow. I didn't think I was that boring. Daniel jokes, throwing his hands up in a defensive manner. No. It's just I'm waiting for someone. I say, sitting down on my desk. Wait. Are you and Aria making up? If so, I can leave. Daniel says excitedly. He knows how much not seeing her is tearing me apart. That's not it. I sent a maid to go check on Aria. I say. Daniel then takes a seat on the couch in the corner of my office. Oh. Are you still not going to talk to her? Daniel asks harshly. She doesn't want to see me. I say. Looking down. Damon. She's your mate. Yeah, she might be mad at you, but she can't live without you. The sooner you try to talk to her, the sooner things go back to normal, he says. Then I hear another knock on the door. Daniel gets up to answer the door. Maid Sarah was right behind it. I have an update. Your Majesty. She says, looking past Daniel. At me. Can you give us a second? Daniel. I ask. He nods and leaves the room, closing the door behind him. Is she okay? I immediately ask. Yes. At least I believe so. She tells me she refused to talk to me. I had to use the emergency call to get her to reply. That doesn't seem like she's okay, I say. My wolf starts to whimper. She is. In a sense. She's upset about whatever the two of you argued about. Her anxiety is very high currently due to her mother and not having you with her. She's stubborn and doesn't want anyone to know, but I've known her long enough to tell what's wrong. She says, giving me a motherly look. I didn't mean for this to happen. It just did. I says. Feeling ashamed. She's back to her normal schedule. Try to talk to her. She doesn't want to, but it'll calm her nerves. She tells me. Leaving my office. Thank you. Maid Sarah. I say. Letting out a deep sigh. How was I going to fix this? I sit down at my desk. Trying to start on some work. Knowing she was at least physically okay was all I needed. A few hours pass by. I continue to fill out paperwork or make phone calls. Yes. The paperwork is ready. I say into my phone. Talking to one of the many alphas. All I need is for you to come pick it up. I suddenly get a strong whiff of my favorite smell. I can hear her heels click against the marble floors right outside my office. I'll have to call you back. Alpha Curtis. I quickly say into my phone. Ending the call. I throw my phone somewhere in the room and sprint towards my office door. I swing open the door and jump out of the room. Aria. I say before I can even see her. I spot her. Almost at the end of the hallway. Stop. Her body turns around to face me. Her beautiful hair whipping with it. Seeing her for the first time in over 24 hours felt like water in the middle of the desert. I know you don't want to talk to me. But I want you to know that I didn't mean what I said. I say. Hoping she's listening. I love you. She stands there. Just staring at me with a blank expression. She turns to leave but then suddenly stops. She turns around again. Just before she's out of my sight. I love you too, and then she's gone. By the end of the day, All I wanted to do was lay in my bed and cry. Seeing Damon didn't help either, and then entering the suite to see Sarah. What do you want? All I want to do is lay down and cry, I say. Mentally exhausted from trying to act normal all day. I came to bring you dinner and keep you company, she says, placing a warm plate filled with some sort of casserole on my lap. I got a smell of whatever was in this food and immediately felt the need to throw up. I rushed to the bathroom and empty my stomach into the toilet. This is what I thought had happened. I hear Sarah say. Walking into the bathroom. I wipe my mouth and look up at her. What happened? I ask. Getting annoyed. Honey. I think I can sense a second heartbeat. She says, placing a hand on my shoulder. Yeah. There's two of us here. I ask. Is she going crazy? No. A second heartbeat in you, she says, pointing at my stomach. It suddenly clicks. This could be happening. When was the last time you had your period? I think over a month ago. I'm late, I say. Start to realize what's happening. She suddenly pulls out something from a drawer in the cabinet. Let's try this then, she says, as she hands me a pregnancy test. Two dark pink lines stare up at me. I drop the white stick on the ground in utter shock. This can't be happening. I'm not ready to be a mother. I'm only 18. Aria. What does it say? Sarah says. Asking from behind the bathroom door. I quickly pick up the test from the tile flooring and open the door. We lock eyes. Tears starting to blur my vision. I'm pregnant, I whisper. As the tears start to fall, I start to crumble toward the ground, but Sarah wraps me in her arms before I could reach the ground. Shh. It's okay, sweetie. Everything's gonna be okay. She whispers into my ear as she runs her hands over my hair. But what if it's not? I'm 18. I can't be a mother, I say. Pulling away from her so I can look at her face. This is the moon goddess's wish. We must follow her plan. She does all thing for the good of her children. Don't worry, Aria, she says, pressing a kiss against my head. Now let's take you the medical wing for a ultrasound. She helps me out of the suite and we walk side by side towards the medical wing. We arrive at the large medical center and a nurse escorts us to the royal section. Sarah waits outside the patient room, saying this was a private moment between a mother and her child. Please take a seat on the bed. Dr. Durham should be in shortly. And with that, I'm left alone. As I wait, I start to think about how Damon would react to the news. Would he enjoy the new addition or would he be too busy for a baby? I hear a knock on the door, and then a middle-aged woman pops her head inside. Hello, Your Highness. I'm Dr. Durham and I'll be your doctor, she says, shaking my hand. I give her a small smile. So I hear you have some pregnancy symptoms and that you took a test that came out positive. Yes. I've been nauseous and very fatigued, I reply, starting to feel nervous. I'm starting to wish Damon was here just to make me feel a bit better. I wonder what he's doing. I tried to reach out to him through our mind link, but I can't seem to get to him. He would calm my nerves right now. I needed him here. Okay. There are always false positives on pregnancy tests. So, let's do a blood test just to make sure. She gives me a smile as she pulls on some latex gloves and picks up a syringe. She disinfects the area and then presses the needle in. This might take a while, so hang tight, she says. Then suddenly I hear a loud crash come from outside the room. Where is she? Is she hurt? Why do I smell her blood? I hear Damon's deep voice boom from outside the room. I hear his footsteps quickly move towards the doors. Then it's flung open with so much force, I'm surprised it didn't break. Aria. Are you Alrig? Damon stops as soon as he sees me. Then his eyes lock onto the doctor holding the syringe. Stop hurting her. No. Damon, she has to do this. I yell at him and I reach my hand out to stop him reaching the doctor. As soon my hand touches his chest, he stops moving. Tingle erupt where my hand is on him. We lock eyes and I hear my wolf start howling in joy. Are you okay? Damon whispers, grabbing my hand that's on his chest and intertwining our fingers. All he cared about was my well-being. She's perfectly fine. My king. I'm going to get this tested. Doctor, Durham says. She gives me a wink and walks out of the room, leaving me with Damon. Why is your blood getting tested? Damon asks, pulling up a chair to sit next to the patient bed I was sitting on. You ask too many questions, I say, looking down at our still intertwined hands. A deep sigh come from my mate, making me look up at him through my lashes. Aria. You have no clue how sorry I am. I was worked up, stressed, and wasn't thinking correctly. I know that isn't an excuse for my jealousy and not telling you about your mother. I'm stupid for ever thinking that it would help. I have a lot to learn, Damon says, rubbing my hand. Sarah made me realize how I overreacted to situation. You were only trying to look out for me and help with my anxiety. But you sending Colin away out of pure jealousy is not okay, I say, hoping this doesn't begin another argument. I know. But I didn't send him on that mission only off of jealousy. He is one of our best warriors. Hence why he's your personal guard. We needed his help. Yes. The jealousy made it very easy for me. Send him to find your mother, but he is a vital part of the team, he says. Oh. Okay, I say, looking back down at our hands. Please tell me we're back to normal. I can't stand another night away from you, he exclaims. Yes. We're back to normal. Baby. I smile, pulling him into a kiss. As long as you stop keeping secrets from me, never again. He grins, pecking my lips. Oh. Goddess. I missed you. I missed you too, I say, fiddling with his fingers. So, why are you here? And why is your blood getting tested? He asks, the concerned look crossing his face again. How am I supposed to tell him? Oh. Well, you see, I get cut off by Dr. Singh. Durham walks back into the room with a clipboard. Well, I have some good news, she exclaims, setting her clipboard down on the desk in the corner. Wait. I don't want Damon to find out this way. Your results came back positive, she says before I can stop her. You're pregnant. Your Highness. What? Damon shouts, squeezing my hand tightly. I'll give you two a moment. Doctor? Durham says, leaving us alone. Was she serious? Damon asks, in disbelief. Yeah. I was about to tell you, I say, nervously. Damon looks at me with a unreadable expression. Oh my goddess. I'm gonna be a dad, he says, getting up and pacing the room. I sit on the bed in silence. I can't tell what his reaction is. He stops pacing and locks eyes with me. I can see his eyes starting to well up with tears. Baby. This is amazing, he softly says, wrapping his arms around me. The soft hum of an airplane's engine is what I wake up to. After Damon found out I was pregnant, he immediately planned a trip to go see his parents at his old pack. Something about how his mother would kill him if she found out over the phone. I wasn't complaining though. I got to spend a week at my favorite house, right next to the beach. There was something about being in Blue Crescent that brought me a sense of peace. The memories of Damon and I in our first few weeks of being mates live in his house right on the beach. I didn't have to worry about paparazzi swarming us whenever we leave the castle, or being waited on hand and foot by every person we see. And we could feel a little bit like normal people in this world. Good to see you awake, I hear Damon say. I look over from my comfortable position on the couch of the private jet. Who knew growing a werewolf would cause me to be so tired all the time? Damon was sitting in the armchair across from me, looking over some files whilst playing with his hat. Are we not there yet? It was only an hour flight and I've been asleep for a while. Or at least it felt so. There's a storm over the landing site, so they had to circle around. We should be there soon, he says, smiling at me. He kept telling me that he could see the pregnancy glow whenever he looked at me. He was over the moon about our baby. I was so relieved he was just as excited as I was. While we may be young and the fear of being too young to be parents still loams in my mind, Damon has reassured me how ready we were. This truly was the moon goddess's plan and I just needed to follow along. Have you decided how you're telling your mom? I ask. Knowing he hasn't decided yet. He simply shakes his head. He pinches his lips together against his hat before turning back towards his files in front of him. He was always trying to stay on top of his paperwork. He brought it with him everywhere. He said it was his least favorite part of being king, so he never wanted it to pile up and consume a whole day of work. He had taken on his role so well and it made me so proud to see him strive as king. I walk into the bathroom. I quickly check my makeup to make sure it wasn't smudged. Once everything looked good, I walked back out into the main area of the jet. I start to walk over to the mini fridge to get a bottle of water. But a hand wraps around my wrist and pulls me on top of a lap. Hi, I joke, looking up at my handsome mate. Hey, he smiles, before cautiously places his hand on my small belly. You don't have to be afraid. You can't hurt the baby. I smile, pressing his hands closer. He kept staring down at my belly. I'm just in shock, he says, rubbing his hand over the small bump that had formed. A werewolf pregnancy is shorter than human pregnancies. Since werewolves grow faster and have a much higher metabolism, it's only a 5-month pregnancy. So, since I was already 1 month into my pregnancy, I had already started to develop a baby bump. Before we had found out, I honestly wouldn't have noticed too much. It just seemed like a little extra weight. You're gonna be a dad. I smile, pulling his head up to look at me. I place a slow peck on his lips and smile even wider. Oh goddess. How are we telling the public? He asks. You're making it sound like we're famous. I laugh. We are. Every werewolf knows who we are and want to know every detail about our lives. I wouldn't be surprised if rumors were going around about a pregnancy, he says, continuous rubbing my belly. I could feel the happiness and protection radiating off of him. Yeah. But what could happen? We're heavily guarded all the time and no one can get into the castle without a guard knowing. We're safe and nothing will happen to me or the baby, I say, trying to reassure him as I can feel his possessiveness and fear coming out. Thank you. I need to hear that just to calm my wolf. He blushes. He knew I was trying to ease him. How did your parents announce they were expecting you? They didn't, I say, remembering the story Sarah told me. They found out at 3 months that they were expecting. So, why didn't they announce it? He asked. 3 months is when you find out the gender. They found out they were having a girl, and immediately knew I was a disgrace. My mother hid her pregnancy. I say, I will never understand your parents. I wish I would have found you sooner, he says, pushing a hair behind my ear. It was all perfect timing, I say, laying my head on his shoulder. Do you think we'll have a boy? Or a girl? He asks, caressing my head. I would say that it's a boy for air purposes, but I proved that myth wrong. I laugh. I want a baby girl. I want a mini Aria, he says thoughtfully. I don't care what we have, as long as it looks like you, I say, playing with his tie. Suddenly, the pilot's voice comes over the intercom, telling us we are about to land. I push off of Damon's chest, getting off his lap as well. He stands up with me and smiles down at my barely visible baby bump. How you telling you parents? I ask, trying to get a reply. The old-fashioned way. He smiles, grabbing my hand and leading me out of the now-landed plane. I see both Damon's parents and Connor waiting for us at the end of the tarmac. We walk towards them as the flight crew grab our luggage. Damon's mother starts to jog towards us. "Ah. I missed you. Damon," Catherine says as she hugs Damon. "I missed you too." "Mom," Damon says, placing a kiss on his mother's head. "Oh. My beautiful daughter-in-law. You look as lovely as ever," she says, placing her hands on my cheeks in a motherly way. It was nice to have such a wonderful mother-in-law. She was always so kind and loving towards me. "It's good to see you, Catherine." I smile. Bradley comes over and greets us as well. Lastly, Connor walks over to us. "I hope you've been running the pack well." Damon yokes, patting Connor on the back. "As best as I can. You seem to be fitting royal life well," Connor says, gesturing to Damon's perfectly fitted tux. "Where's the crown? Leave him alone, Connor," I warn him. As I walk to the SUV parked by the woods that lead to the pack house, the two of them bicker all the way to car. I could tell they missed each other. Damon always said Connor was like a sibling to him. Since both of us are only children, we really wanted to have multiple kids so they can grow up with siblings. I quickly get into the middle row of the SUV as Damon slides in next to me. Connor was escorting us into the pack in wolf form. Bradley starts the short drive to the pack house. Catherine keeps stealing suspicious glances at me. It's like she knew something was up. Damon was right next to me, with a hand on my thigh, but that was nothing new, so I'm not sure why she's suspicious. We then arrive at the pack house. "I missed this view," I say, looking at the beautiful house full of wolves. I was glad that we were building a pack house in the royal village. I had never seen a pack house until I came to Blue Crescent, and it showed me the amazing community that is created within the pack house. "When are we headed to our house?" "Right now." Damon smiles, pulling me out the car. He walks me over to his Ford Mustang that he kept here. We drive over to the gorgeous house that I was in love with. We quickly get settled and start to get ready for the pack dinner that we were attending. I change into a loose dress. Trying to hide my baby bump, Damon walks out of the closet with a yellow button up on and holding a black button up. "Which one?" he asks, gesturing to the yellow and black shirts. "Wear the black shirt with your beige khakis," I reply, pointing to the black shirt. "I don't like how you look in yellow." "Okay. Thank you," he says as he starts changing his shirt, showing off his godly torso. "You're a tease." I smirk as I walk over to him. As he pulls on the black shirt, I start buttoning it for him. "Look who's the tease now," he says, looking down at me. "I guess we're just meant for each other," I say, finishing the last button. I look up at him and grin. He gives me a quick peck before walking over to grab his crown. He finishes getting ready and we head over to the pack house. As we enter the dining hall, every pack member bow towards us. The dinner goes smoothly with small talk here and there. Until Damon asks to speak with his parents and I privately. I knew what he was going to announce to them. We enter the small library that should keep our privacy. "I need to tell you something," Damon says as his parents sit down on one of the many couches. "Okay," Bradley asks. Catherine grips his hand tightly. "Well, I'm not sure how to say this, but..." Damon trails off. "We're expecting," I exclaim, placing one hand on my belly and grabbing Damon's hand with the other. "I knew it," Catherine shouts. Jumping up from the couch, she wraps me in a hug as Damon gets congratulated by his father. "You two will be amazing parents," Bradley says, giving me a side hug. "When did you find out?" Catherine asks, as she hugs Damon. "Yesterday." "Actually," I says, locking eyes with Damon. "Well, how about you two? Go have some alone time. Take some time to yourselves. Goddess knows in a few months." You won't have any, Catherine says, leading us out of the pack house. Beach sunset, Damon asks, pointing toward the woods that lead to the beach. You read my mind. I laugh. I actually do have that ability, he says. As we begin the walk to the beach. As we walk through the forest. I look back on the times before becoming royals. I miss the weeks we had of living without royal duties. Just getting to know each other. No stress. We finally reach the beach after a long walk. The soft sand under my feet and soothing noise of the waves crashing on the shore. Everything I missed about this place. That's how we end the night. Cuddled up in each other's embrace as we watch the sunset. I stare down at the blonde cluster of hair that was currently sound asleep on my chest. I tune my hearing to find her heartbeat. I hear her steady beating, but I also hear the quiet heartbeat that belongs to our child. The idea of becoming a father terrified me. But seeing Aria as a mother was something I couldn't wait to see. She'll be a perfect mother. She has every quality to be a mom. We have to tell the kingdom soon. She's going to start showing in a few weeks. It wasn't that I was scared of Kingdom's reaction. I was scared of what Aria's mother would do when she found out. That woman was sick enough to throw her daughter away. Who knows what else she's capable of? I need to up the security. I mumble to myself, rubbing a hand over my face. Aria begins to stir. I hope I didn't wake her. She nuzzles her face into my chest as she stretches into a more comfortable position. Suddenly her bright blue eyes pop open, staring directly at me. Good morning, baby. I smile, hoping she didn't know that I was the reason that she woke up. She needed her sleep more than ever. She was growing a royal alpha pup. Morning, she replies, rolling over onto her side so she isn't laying on me anymore. I turn onto my side so I'm facing her. How'd you sleep? I ask, running my hand through her golden locks. Good. You have baited, she says, placing a hand on my cheek. Something about us was that we always touched each other all time. In any way possible. The tingles we got were addicting. Amazing since I have you, I said, smoothly. You're so cheesy. She laughs, placing a peck on my lips. Oh. Just wait till I'm a dad. I joke, moving my hand down to her belly. Oh goddess. The dad jokes. She groans. Jokingly. I'll be the true embodiment of a dad. I laugh. Let's skip the dad bod. She says, running her hands over my abs. You're enjoying the alpha muscles, I question. Teasing her. You have no idea. She says, proudly. I didn't expect that from her. She normally becomes quiet and blushes. Someone's getting confident from all those pregnancy hormones. I think I already started gaining some pounds. I say, poking my stomach. Oh goddess, she suddenly says, in disgust. I didn't think she would be that upset about my joke, but then suddenly she runs to the bathroom. I follow her to see her bent over the toilet, emptying her stomach. I rush over to her, pulling her hair away from her face. She finishes, looking up at me, wiping her mouth. She looked so exhausted. I wish I could help her. I press a soft kiss to her forehead. Before she got up to brush her teeth, I flushed the toilet for her and went over to the sink, where she was brushing her teeth. I hate seeing you sick, I say. Sitting on the countertop, she spits out her toothpaste before giving me a tired look. It's just a part of pregnancy. Babe, she says, shooting me a tired smile. I hop off the counter and walk over to give her a hug. One more month of morning sickness, I say, remembering the facts that I read in a werewolf pregnancy book. I've been trying to learn as much as I can before the baby comes. I want to be the best dad I can be and help Aria in every way possible. Someone's done their research. I hear her smile as we hold each other. Holding her tight against me made it very easy for me to feel small bump on her stomach. My wolf start prancing around in my head at feeling of his pup inside his mate. I want to tell the kingdom soon, I say, hoping she reacts well. I do too, she says, pulling away from me. She starts to walk downstairs. I follow behind her like a lost puppy. I was thinking, maybe as soon as we get back to the castle, I say, following her into my old office. What is she doing? Or we could broadcast it from here, she suggests, grabbing her laptop from her work bag. I take a seat on the couch placed against the wall opposite from my desk. Aria sitting against me. This couch was put here just for Aria. She would always help me with pack stuff or just hang out in here while I made phone calls and such. Really? That soon? I ask. I thought she'd want to wait a bit. Yeah. Is it too early? She asks. Nervously. No. Not at all, I say, trying to reassure her. The sooner, the better. Okay? I'm going to email my assistant and the elders about it, she says, typing on her computer. She had become such a good queen. I watch her as she types out the perfect email. Perfect grammar. Perfect etiquette. Perfect spelling. She's just perfect. After she sends her email, she starts going through her inbox. I look away, grabbing my laptop as well. I also go grab a cup of coffee for me and a caffeine-free tea for Aria. I sit back down, checking emails with Aria leaning her back against my shoulder. Royal duties are exhausting, she sighs, laying her head in my shoulder. She's almost emptied her inbox while I've barely made a dent in mine. Of course they are when you have a baby stealing all you energy. I joke with her, turning my head slightly to kiss her head as I keep working. I just got an email from Colin about my mom, she says, perking up. She moves closer to me and opens the email. Dear Your Majesties, I am pleased to let you know that my team and I have successfully located the former queen. We have planted a tracking device on her as she is in constant motion. She seems to still be unaware of us or the tracking device. Before we attack, we need larger resources. I recommend having an army ready, and once she stops moving so often, we can strike. We need your permission to do so. But until then, we will continue to track her. Sincerely, Head Warrior Colin. They found her. Aria mumbles in disbelief. They did. Now we can move forward with capturing her, I say, closing my laptop. Do you think this will cause a war? She whispers. As I get up from the couch, I look back at her to see her staring at the ground in fear. Baby. It's okay. We found her and we'll get her locked up soon. I try to reassure her. But what if she has an army with her? She wasn't the only one upset with me becoming queen, she says. I squat down so I'm looking at her in the eyes. We have a stronger army. Don't stress about it. It's not good for the baby, I say, trying to calm her down. But how many wolves would we lose? I can't have pack members dying for me, she says, looking up at me. The fear in her eyes broke my heart in so many ways. You're their queen. They will always respect you and lay down their lives for you. You're just about as important as the moon goddess, I tell her, rubbing my hands over her arms. She rests her elbows on her knees and holds her head in her hands. I can hear her taking deep breath and her heartbeat quicken. I know she's on the verge of a panic attack. I also know all I can do is be her comfort. I press a long kiss on her head and wrap her in my arms, hoping that's enough to calm her anxiety. Ding. I hear the noise come from her laptop. Aria shoots up from her crouched position to check her laptop. I see a few tears on her cheeks, but she quickly wipes them away. I stand up from my squat next to the couch and walk over to where Aria is sitting. What was that? I ask, sitting down next to her. We can announce the baby today, she whispers, staring at her laptop screen. What? Did you get an email from the elders? I ask, turning to look at her. Yes. They said we can announce via broadcast. They're sending a camera crew here, she says, joy peeking through her voice. Let's get ready then. We have a baby to announce. I smile, pulling her out of the office. Do you want breakfast? I ask her. As we reach our bedroom, she immediately went to her suitcase to find something to wear. I'm not hungry. I think it's the nerves, she says, pulling out one of her many dresses. Well, you still need to eat. At least for the baby, I say. I'll make you something small. I can make it myself. You get ready, she says, pulling me back. Okay. Beautiful. I smirk, grabbing her face and placing a kiss on her lips. I pull away and go to grab a pair of slacks and a button-up shirt. Should I still try to hide my bump? She asks, looking at herself in the full-length mirror. She lifts up her shirt and rubs her small bump. What do you mean? I ask, buttoning up my shirt. Should I wear a tight dress or a loose one? She asks me. I really don't get women in fashion. I guess a tight one. I'm not good with clothes. Baby. You know that. I laugh. Okay, is all she says as she changes into a tight, dark pink dress. I go into the bathroom to finish getting ready. As I'm styling my hair, Aria walks into the bathroom. Her heels click against the tile, but what stands out is how noticeable her baby bump is. Wait, was that why she asked me about what to wear? You can really see the baby. Huh, she says, turning to the side. I love it, I say, leaning down to place a kiss on her small belly. My phone then begins to ring. I pick it up right away. Hello. Hey, Damon. It's Connor. So there's a camera crew at the pack house asking for you. Should I send them away? Oh. They're here for our baby announcement. Aria and I will be there soon, I say, laughing slightly. Oh, okay. Thank you. See you soon. Bye, I say, ending the call and turning to Aria, who was trying to listen to call. The camera crew is here, I say, smiling at her. Already. We need to hurry up then, she says, running back into the bedroom. I place my crown on top of my head and then go to find Aria. Aria. We're in charge of them. They can wait as long as we'd like, I say, sitting down on the bed to put my shoes on. Damn. I don't like to make people wait for us, she says, doing her hair and then placing her crown her head. I know. Sweetie? I know. I smile, looking over at her. I'm ready. Let's go, she says, pulling me out of the house. We quickly head to the pack house, where a bunch of camera crews were setting up. Somehow they set up a background and everything. Soon a crowd of Blue Crescent pack members surround the cameras, and we're about ready to start. Are you ready? Aria asks me. I always have been. Are you? I smile. As the camera crew gets ready to start broadcasting, I'm nervous. But I'll be okay. Because I have you. She says, okay, we're about to start in. The guy holding the camera says. Aria and I stand in our spots and wait for the countdown. San. R. E. Welcome Werewolf Kingdom, Aria says, fake happiness filling her voice. We have begun this broadcast for a special announcement. I say. We wish that we could have done this from the castle, but we are out of town and this announcement could not wait. Aria say. Her queen etiquette coming out. But, without further ado, I say, looking at Aria, we're expecting the next heir. We were back in the castle. After a week of vacation. I was glad to be back, but the duties that came with it were not pleasant. It was now December, which meant the castle was decorated in red and green. Christmas was my favorite time of year in the castle, mainly because that's when I was allowed outside of the castle. My parents would let me run around the castle grounds during the winter, only because the gardeners and visitors were less likely to see me since they would stop coming during the colder climates. She seems to have a pattern, Daniel says, looking down at the large map spread across the table. It showed the places my mother has been since we had spotting of her before we got the tracker. Yeah. Staying just out of reach. Damon groans, rubbing his eyes as he leans back in his chair. The room was filled with multiple different warriors and alphas, all awaiting the announcement of war plans. King Damon. We need to decide what we're doing soon. We're just wasting time, Alpha Titus says, placing his hands down on the table. This takes time and strategy. Alpha. Work on your patience, I say, continuing to study the map, trying to find the best plan. Feisty. My wolf likes it. Damon mind-linked. I look over at him quickly, giving him a wink. We don't know how many people are helping her. We could easily get ambushed if we're not careful. Damon sighs. Standing up from his seat, he starts pointing out different attack strategies. I soon felt useless in the crowd of men and decided to find myself a new seat on the couch on the other side of the room with a book. I didn't realize how long they were talking strategies until I finished the last chapter of the book I was reading. I look up from my comfortable position. All the men still huddled around the table. Well, that settles it then. We attack in a month, Damon says, dismissing all the men. The final warrior exits the room and Damon lets down his tough face. He places his hands on the table, leaning against them. He hangs his head and lets out a loud sigh. Baby, you okay? I ask. I'm worried about him. He's been working non-stop without giving himself a break. I know he was worried about my mother and desperate to find her, but he needed to take care of himself as well. This is a lot more than what it was cut out to be, he says, lifting his head to look at me. You know, I could help you if you just let me, I say, standing up from the couch. I'm the king. I should be able to handle this by myself, he says, folding his arms in front of him. Every king need a queen, I say, unfolding his arms and wrapping them around me. But you already do so much for the kingdom. I don't want you to feel stressed, he says, staring down at me. But you're making yourself stressed, which just worries me, I say. This is just so much. How did the moon goddess think I was meant for this? He asks, walking out of my arms and looking out the window. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. I quote, remembering one of my favorite books, only you would quote Shakespeare when I'm upset. And I love that. He laughs. I smile towards Damon. He was so handsome. I got too lucky. I look past Damon and out the window. White flakes were falling slowly from the sky. It's snowing, I exclaim, running towards the window. I smile, seeing the green grass slowly turn white. Indeed. It is, Damon says, coming up behind me and placing his hands on my shoulders. Come on, let's go outside, I say, pulling him out of the large room. We both put on a few layers before heading outside. Blue Crescent doesn't get much snow, Damon says, walking with his arm around me. We get a few inches every year. It only stays cold for about a month or two, I say, as we walk through the snow-covered garden. Are you ready for the Christmas ball tonight? He asks me. Every year there was an annual Christmas ball, which would also be my first. I had a tight red dress picked out to wear while Damon was just going with a simple black and white tuxedo. He wasn't too pleased about the ball. This was our first as king and queen, and his distaste did not change. Planning the ball was rather fun. It was definitely made for a queen. I had to pick out tablecloths, napkins, Color schemes. Floral. Almost anything you could think of. I guess so. It's another first for me, I say, admiring the beautiful castle I had the pleasure of living in. Dusted with snow. It's not anything special. I skipped it most times. Damon says, trying to help. Didn't you skip almost every ball? I ask, thinking back to my parents' annoyance of the man standing next to me. That's very true. It seemed useless. He says, my parents would talk for days about how rude you were to skip the many balls. I say, waiting for his reaction. Oh well. I'll be at every ball now. Right. He yokes, because you're required to. I mumble, hoping he didn't hear me. I enjoy them. I make the choice to come. He exclaims, you tried to cancel every ball. I protest. Whatever. He grumbles. We finish our walk before heading inside to get ready for the ball. The Christmas decorations looked gorgeous as always. So charming. A few hours later, guests start arriving for the ball. Damon. Your hair looks fine. We need to get downstairs now, I groan, trying to get him to stop fixing his hair. It just doesn't look right. He says, still touching his hair. He's been in the bathroom for almost an hour and we needed to leave. It looks great. I say, pulling his hands away from his head. I move his hair around a bit, and then place his crown on. See. You look hot. Look at that bump. He says, staring at me in the mirror. The dress I was wearing was very tight, which meant my baby bump was on full display. This was the first public encounters since we announced the baby, so I felt like it was right. I know. The baby is getting big. I smile, rubbing a hand over my growing belly. But we need to get downstairs. Once we're downstairs, we start welcoming the villagers and some alphas. The ballroom looked magical with all the decorations and music. Congratulations on the next heir. Your Majesties. A little old lady says. Give us a small curtsy. Thank you very much. I smile. Your Majesty. We've found a strange man lurking around the back of the castle. Please stay near the guards as we approach this man. One of our head warriors mind links us. Instantly, our personal guards get a bit closer. We've closed off all entrances. You should be safe. Your Majesties. Jeffrey. One of our guards. Says. We never had one of these scares before. But all the guards knew what to do. Everyone in the ballroom kept acting as though nothing was wrong, which was a good sign. Daniel comes rushing up to us, making sure we were okay. It's just a strange man. We're fine. I joke, placing my hand in Damon's. Anything could be a threat. We have to take drastic measures. Daniel says. Seriously. I roll my eyes at him. We keep getting congratulated on our pregnancy as we anxiously wait for the result of the strange man. Damon was on edge. Waiting like this, finally after 30 minutes. We get a reply. He had a gun and smelt like the past queen. He's now in the dungeon. Waiting to be questioned. Have them run the perimeter of the castle to make sure there aren't any other. Damon says in his alpha voice. The ball is over. Standing in front of the dungeon doors was something I never wished to do. The dark, eerie feeling that resounded from inside the underground prison gave me chills up my spine. The two very large guards move from the door, allowing Damon and I to walk down the steep stairs. I hate this place. I whisper, holding Damon's hand tightly. It's not meant to be enjoyed. Damon grumbled. He tried to joke, but it came out more as an insult. I knew he didn't mean to. His wolf was very angry, and he was having a hard time controlling him. The fact that a rogue wolf got past our borders hinted at a possible spy in our kingdom. I think I might throw up, I say, as we reach the bottom of the stairs. The many empty prison cells reeked of feces, blood, And vomit. Being pregnant didn't help with the bile that arose in my throat. We walked to end of the hallway of cells. To a large office-like room. It was very clean and pristine. There was a one-way mirror on the opposite side of the room. I could see a very dirty and beaten man sitting chained to a chair through the mirror. "Your Majesties," the warriors say in unison, bowing towards us. They were all awaiting our arrival to question him. "Has he said anything?" Damon asks, letting go of my hand to take off his suit coat. He rolls up the sleeves of his white button-up shirt, walking towards the window. He's been completely silent. "Adam," one of the warriors says, "I'll make him talk." Damon says, walking back over to me. The warriors dismiss themselves to go get a report from the wolves who ran the border. "You sure you got this?" I ask Damon. "Oh, I think I'll be just fine," he says, prideful. I look up at him as he hands me his suit coat. His eyes keep flashing gold. I could feel his wolf fighting to be let loose. "Just don't kill him," I say, reaching up to undo his bow tie. I pull it off of him and press a quick peck to his lips. "I'll try not to," he says. Walking to the door that leads into the room the wolf was being held in, I slide his suit coat on over my sleeveless dress, loving the way his scent wraps around me. I fidget with his bow tie as he walks into the room. I walk up to the window listening to the conversation through the speaker that connected the two rooms. "So you can either answer my question willingly and you'll be fine, or I'll force the answers out of you," Damon says, his voice getting deeper as he lets his wolf have slight control. The rogue doesn't reply. He continues to stare forward, right at me. "Which are you gonna choose?" Damon says, walking in front of him. He makes eye contact with Damon as a smirk makes his way into his bruised face. "I guess you're choosing the hard way," Damon says. "Who do work for?" The rogue doesn't reply, just stares up at Damon with a sickly look. Damon quickly gets angry and punches the man. The man's head falls to the side. He looks back up at Damon, his nose bleeding. "Answer me." The rogue smirks at Damon, showing off his bloodied teeth. He then spits blood right in Damon's face. "Wrong move, rogue. You just messed with the wrong alpha." Damon evilly smiles at the man. I can feel him let his wolf take complete control through our link. He instantly grabs the man by his neck and pulls him up into the air with the chair. He lets out a loud roar as the rogue starts to turn blue. The other warriors enter the room. Upon hearing the loud noise, "Tell me," Damon's wolf roars, his claws forming from his hands. He then throws the man at the far wall, the chair breaking into millions of pieces. I've never seen Damon so violent. I knew he was capable of it. Every alpha is. But it scared me to see him like this. He then pounces on top of the man and starts digging his claws into the rogue. "Queen Aria. He's going to kill that man if we don't stop him." "Do we have permission to intervene?" Adam asks me. I knew if anyone other than me were to go into that room they'd be bait. I'm the only one who can stop him. "I'll go in," I say, mustering up all the courage I could. I feel my wolf help me, pushing me to stop him. "Damon. Stop before you kill him," I yell. As soon as I enter the room, he stops for a split second, looking at me. "Aria. Get out of her before you get hurt," he says, going back to sinking his claws into the man. "No. Damon. Get off of him now," I say, using my Luna command for the first time. He instantly gets off the bloody man and looks at me. His shirt has bloodstains all over it, and the blood was still on his face. "You used your Luna command," he says, his eyes slowing, turning back to their original color. "Yes. Now get out of this room," I say, pointing toward the door. Now he quickly scurries out of the room. I look back, the man laying on the ground. He makes eye contact with me. a sly look washing over his face. You have your mother's eyes, he whispers. I quickly leave the room, slamming the door behind me. Warriors. Lock him up in a cell. Make sure he doesn't bleed out. We need information from him, I say. All the men following my commands. As for you, I say, looking directly at Damon. To the suite now. I storm in front of him. He follows me like a lost puppy. For some reason, I felt upset with him. He almost killed the one thing that will give us more information of the war we were preparing to face. Once we reach the suite, Damon tries to plead his case. Baby. I couldn't control my wolf. You know that. He pleads, showing his hands in surrender. His hands were stained red with the rogue's blood. His shirt and face as well. Go clean yourself before you talk anymore, I grumble out. Walking toward the couch. He wanders upstairs to change. While I plop down on the couch, I kick my heels off and place a hand on my growing bump. My ankles had begun to swell, causing my feet to throb in pain. Now almost 2 months into my 5-month pregnancy, I was already wanting to have my baby in my arms instead of dealing with all the side effects. I rest against the plush couch, resting my feet on the coffee table. I close my eyes, trying to calm my annoyance toward my mate. I hear footsteps walk down the stairs. I open my eyes, meeting the handsome man. Okay. I'm all clean, he says, showing his hand at me. He had changed into workout shorts and sweatshirt. Your wolf needs to learn more control, I say, giving him a cold look. I know. I'm working on it. At least we know. You can calm down even at my worst. He tries to joke, sitting down next to me. Yes. But I don't want to have to get all worked up every time your wolf decides he wants to get angry. It ruins my day, I say, looking at him. I know. I'm sorry. I'm gonna control him better, he says, grabbing my hand. You used your Luna command for the first time. Yeah. I don't like it, I say. The rogue told me something. Wait. Really, tell me, he says, getting excited. As I was leaving, he told me that I have my mother's eyes, I say, looking down. Now that confirms he's working with your mother. I knew it, he says, smiling at the thought of making process. He creeped me out so much. It was like I could see my mother in him, I say, a shiver running down my spine. The border patrol said that they found other rogue scents around the border, he says, wrapping an arm around me. This is all getting too real. I sigh, leaning my against his shoulder. How was I supposed to sleep after this all? I'm here to protect you. They'd have to kill me before I'd let anything happen to you, he says, placing a kiss on my head. That's what I was scared of. What do you think about this plan? I ask. My beta. Daniel. We've been stuck in the conference room for hours trying to get a war plan set. I found that having all the alphas here caused too much argument to complete anything. So I decided that Daniel and I could do it by ourselves. There's still flaws. We could lose, he replied, leaning back in his chair. Damn it, I grunt. Turning away from the big table with all the battle strategies, I place my hands on my head and let out a frustrated sigh. A quick knock on the door, and a small whiff of their scents had Daniel and I racing for the door. We open the 2 very large mahogany doors to see our mates standing with arms full of trays of food. We brought you lunch, since you haven't come out yet, Claire says, smiling at Daniel. We wanted to make sure you were still alive. Aria laughed. It's only been a few hours, but I missed her so much. I went to grab the tray from her, but she swatted away my hand. I've got it, she says, walking past me and setting down on the conference table with Claire. Have you settled on a battle plan yet? Claire asks, As Daniel and I start to eat, I didn't realize how hungry I was till the food was in front of me. Not yet. Daniel mumbles, focused on eating. We need to do something soon. Sitting around and waiting isn't doing anything. Aria says, looking at files laid out on the table. You don't think I know that, I ask. Already annoyed at myself. Her adding on to it was not helping my temper. No need to get snappy, she exclaims. I could feel through our bond that she was annoyed that I snapped at her. She doesn't get it. Well. Sorry if I'm annoyed that I can't find a good battle plan, because alphas have started to pull their warriors out of the war. The damn rogue won't speak a single word to me. And your stupid mother keeps changing where she's going, I say. Standing up from my seat. I knew I was getting too harsh, but it just slipped out. The fire that ignited in her eyes meant I was in trouble. I know that you're annoyed and stressed. I'm your mate. I feel it. But that doesn't give you a right to lash out on me. I'm supposed to help you through these things, but I can't, when all you do is hide in your office and yell at me. She argues, pushing me back into my chair. Eat your food and shut up. 2 sets of laughter were heard. Neither from Aria nor me. I look over to see Daniel sitting in his chair laughing, while Claire's arms are around his shoulder as she tries to hide her laughter by shoving her face into his neck. You two are quite entertaining. Daniel smiles, smirking at me. Remind me to never get pregnant, Aria mad. Daniel, Claire scolds him. Still laughing. It is cute watching you two bicker though. I will always love the way Aria manhandles Damon. Daniel says, taking a bite from his sandwich. Sometimes the king needs a good ass-whopping. Aria smiles, walking past me, spinning my chair in circles as she does. I stop myself from spinning, pulling up my chair to the table. I watch as Aria grabs her laptop, which she seems to carry with her everywhere. She really shouldn't be carrying such a heavy item when she's 2.5 months pregnant. I couldn't believe that we were already halfway to meeting our baby. I watch her walk over to table to sit next to me. Her round stomach was something I was gonna miss in a few months. But I think holding our baby in my arms would make up for that. You look like a love-struck puppy. Daniel mocks me, staring at my mate. You do too. I shot back. Yeah. But I never made fun of my beta for being in love. You told me it was stupid and shouldn't have that much of an effect on someone. He states, pulling Claire into his lap. I regret ever saying those words. I've been proven wrong. I say, pressing a kiss to Aria's cheek. Somehow we can have huge arguments but be perfectly fine 5 minutes later. I got an email from Colin. She says, leaning closer to me. Really, that could help us. Daniel says, getting excited at the possibility of progress. Dear King and Queen, I bring you great news. I have located the former Queen's headquarters. We have set up base a few miles away from them. They do indeed have a large army, but they haven't moved in several weeks. I would suggest an attack in the next couple days. We cannot attack on our own, and will need multiple warriors to come. I've attached the location below. Please contact me soon. Sincerely. Head Warrior Collins. I look at Aria as she finishes reading the email. The location was overseas. In the middle of Spain. How did she even get over there? Get him on the phone now, I command at Daniel. He quickly dials him and places his phone on speaker in the middle of the table. Hello. Beta Daniel. What is the problem? Hello. Colin. It's King Damon. We just received your email. I say, using my alpha tone. Good afternoon. Your Highness. Have you made a decision about the battle? He asked. I knew the decision I need to make. Aria would hate me for it. I have made the decision. Beta Daniel will stay here and guard the castle and the Queen, while I will fly with 100 warriors to your location tonight. I state. Closing my eyes, waiting for Aria's reaction. Daniel knew I had to do this. It was only right for me to go. what I hear Aria whisper. I look up to see her staring at me with fear in her eyes. Sounds good. Your Highness. We will begin to prepare for your arrival. He says. Then hangs up. We'll give you two some privacy. Claire says, pulling Daniel out of the room. I place my hands on Aria's as she's sitting in her slumped-over form. She lets her head fall into my hands and I can feel her wet tears. I lean down and place a kiss on her head and nuzzle my nose right next to her cheek. I know you have to go. It's your duty as king. But I'm so scared. She stutters through her tears. I pull her head up so I could look at her. I know it's scary. But I'll be fine. It's one little fight. I say, trying to ease her nerves. I wasn't certain of the outcome of this fight. I only knew that I would try my hardest to make it out alive to hold my baby. You don't that for certain. Anything could happen to you, she cries. It's like she could read my mind. She can. I'm a very strong wolf, with a very strong army behind me. Your mother doesn't stand a chance. I say, pulling her into my lap. Why did my mother have to be so heartless, she asks. Looking into my eyes. I promise you. I will come back safe and your mother will no longer be a threat. I state. Knowing I had to keep this promise. I see the tears welling up in her eyes. She's gonna crack soon and I'm not ready for the waterfall. Please. Don't go. She whispers, wrapping her arms around me. I squeezed her tight in my embrace. I was gonna miss her terribly. Alpha King. We need to take off soon. A random flight attendant reminds me for the 100th time. I've been standing with Aria, procrastinating on getting on the plane full of warriors. You need to go. Aria says, reluctantly. I wasn't ready to leave her. I've never been away from her for this long. It's normally a few hours, and that's while we're still in the same building. Now I'm gonna miles away. Overseas. In the middle of nowhere. Away from her. I felt a few tears prick my eyes as I realize I truly needed to leave. I'll be back as soon as the war is over. I promise, placing a kiss on her forehead. Call me whenever you can. Always keep your mind link open. She commands, holding back all of her emotions. This was already such a hard decision for her, and the hormones didn't help at all. I'm gonna miss you too much, I spit out. I grab her and pull her into my arms. You need to leave before I start crying again. She says, wiping a tear that had fallen from my eye. I lean down and place a long kiss on her lips. I knew I wouldn't get to kiss her for a long time. So I savored the moment. She pushed me towards the plane but I stopped her. Leaning down and placing a kiss on her belly. Who knew how big her belly would be when I got back? It was only meant to be a short trip, but that depended on the war. I vowed to be back with Aria before she gave birth. No matter what happened. I couldn't bear to miss the birth of my child. I reluctantly walked towards the plane, watching Aria the entire time. I soon have to walk up the stairs and into the plane. I take my seat in the first class section. I take a deep breath and a big gulp. The weight of being king was becoming so realistic. I sometimes had these type of situations as Alpha in Blue Crescent. But it was small groups of rogues or a disagreement with another pack. This was a true battle and I didn't just have my pack to worry about. I had the whole kingdom to protect. Including my mate. It's been 2 months without Damon. It's harder than I could have ever imagined. I've gotten into a routine without him. I'm not crying every night, but I'm still not used to waking up by myself. Doing my royal duties without him. And going to royal meetings without him. Yesterday I went to my doctor's appointment for the baby. It was weird not having him next to me. He promised to FaceTime me during the ultrasound, but a fight had begun before he had the chance to tell me. The war against my mother and her army was ongoing. 2 days after Damon arrived in Spain, they attacked my mother's base. Both armies were very strong. A fight would begin, and then my mother's army would run back and hide until they start another fight. Daniel and I have a nightly meeting call with Damon, updating us on everything. That's where we're headed right now. Daniel was supposed to keep me safe while the war went on, since both my mate and personal bodyguard were elsewhere. I've become closer to him and Claire since Damon's been gone. They would let me sleep in their beta suite whenever the large royal suite was too much by myself. I was so grateful to have such thoughtful friends to keep me company during this time. How was your ultrasound? Daniel asks, as we walk side by side. Good, I said. I had gotten some news from the doctor. I was pregnant with twins. I should be excited, but I couldn't help but want Damon to be here to share the news with him. Was Damon able to call you? He asks. We turn a corner and see a few guards walking by. I wait for the guards to be out of earshot before I answer. No. A fight had begun before he could call me, I say, feeling my mood plummet to the ground. Is the baby doing good? He asks. I could tell he was trying to keep a conversation. Yeah. The doctor said that the babies are perfectly healthy, I reply. Wait. Babies plural too, he exclaims, stopping dead in his tracks. Oh no. You weren't supposed to know that. How did I let that slip? I groan. I wanted Damon to be the first to know. Does Damon know? He asks, continuing to walk. No. I found out today and haven't been able to call him yet, I say as we reach the conference room. I'll keep it quiet, but I'm not sure I can keep it away from Claire. He yokes, taking his seat across from me. I understand. I might come over after I talk to Damon, I say, dialing the number we were given to our base. You're always welcome. He smiles at me. Hello, I hear the static noise from the phone. Hello. This is Queen Aria and Royal Beta Daniel, I say, putting a strong tone through my voice. I'll transfer you to the king. The man says. Every day it was a different person who picked up the phone. Damon said it was whoever was closest. Aria Danielle, I hear my mate's voice say, out of breath. We're here. What's wrong? I ask, scared as to why he sounded hurt. Nothing. I was just too excited to hear your voice, he says. Daniel groans, and I hear a slight groan from Collins through the phone. Enough with the love stuff. Just give us an update. Daniel says. Fine. We had another attack an hour ago. They retreated much quicker though. They're getting weaker. We should be able to finish them in a few days if everything goes right, Damon says. Collins adds a few more things, but all I can think about is how close I am to seeing Damon. Okay then, we wish you luck. Bring us a quick victory. Now you two can have your love call. Daniel sighs, leaving the room. I'll talk to you in a few. Bye, I say, hanging up the phone and quickly heading to the suite so I could talk to Damon in private. I plop down on our big fluffy bed with my phone in hand. I dial Damon's private number and FaceTime him. He answers instantly. Baby goddess. I've missed you, Damon smiles, as his face pops onto my phone. He had a few new cuts on his face, but they weren't that bad. I've missed you too, damn, I can't help but smile. How's the nursery coming along? He asks. Recently we've been having some renovations done to the suite. We were adding a few more bedrooms and closing off our bedroom so it wasn't a loft anymore. I would need to talk to the contractors and designers about adding an extra crib for the second baby. Good. They're almost done. I'll show you, I say. Getting up from the bed, I turn the camera around so he could see some of the construction. Having a hallway upstairs must be weird. He says, it is. Here's the nursery, I say, walking into the room that was almost done. Wow. That's crazy. He states. The room was almost done. Only needs a few more things. The whole suite looks really good with all the renovations, I say, walking back to our bedroom. I want to come home. I miss the castle, he says, laying down on his cot. Inside his tent on base, I miss you the most. Hopefully only a few more days. I say. Being optimistic was the only thing I could do. Oh. How was the ultrasound? He asks. I'm sorry I couldn't call. It's fine. You had wolves to fight. I laugh. But it went really well. The doctor gave me some news. Really? Is it good? He asks. I can feel him get worried through our bond. Yeah. She told me that we're have. I was cut off by an alarm blaring through the phone. Baby. I'm so sorry, but I really have to go. Before he could hang up, I heard a loud bang, and then the screen went black. A sharp pain went through my left shoulder. But it wasn't my own pain. It was Damon's. My wolf was trying to reach him through our mind link, but he wouldn't respond. I started to panic as I felt the anxiety creep up on me. I know I can't be alone right now or I'll hurt myself. I instantly head out of the suite and towards Claire and Daniel's place. I could feel my tears start well up in my eyes as I still couldn't reach Damon. I quicken my pace across the castle towards my beta's suite. When I reach their door, I pull it open right away. Step in. And slam it behind me. My tears start to fall when I hear footsteps come down their stairs. Aria, I hear. Daniel asks. He shouldn't have to see me like this. Where's Claire? I stutter. Not looking at him as he walks towards me. She's in the village. What's wrong? He says. Concern lacing in his voice. He keeps his distance from me, but I couldn't hold it anymore. I take the few steps to him and wrap my arms around him. I was talking to Damon. When an alarm started. And then a loud bang, and then the screen went black. I ramble. Squeezing him as he rubs my back. Have you tried mind-linking him? Daniel asks. Yes. He won't answer and I can feel his pain. I cry. More tears falling down my cheeks, as it begins to become difficult to breathe. Daniel notices and moves me to lay down on their couch. Aria. Take deep breaths. Damon is fine. Daniel says softly. Damon is the only person to ever see one of my anxiety attacks. It was something I didn't want people to know, but I can't help it now. I mind-linked Colin and Damon is fine. He says. I feel my eyes started to close. Just go to sleep. It's okay. With that, I willingly went to sleep. Feeling the pain from my mate, with tears falling down my face. Yeah. She told me that we're have. Aria was cut off by the alarm blaring through our base. It meant that Aria's mother's army was attacking. I had to get out and help my men. Baby. I'm so sorry, but I really have to go. I say to her, but before I could hang up, a loud bang rang through my head. Before I could register the bomb that had just blown up a few feet away from me, my phone went flying through the air and so did I. I landed on my back, but what hurt the most was a searing pain in my left shoulder. I looked down to see a large gash on my shoulder. I tried to push myself up, but my arm gave out and I knew my shoulder wasn't healing anytime soon. I saw a large wolf running towards me. It pounced, but before it could get to me, I grabbed its neck and flung it somewhere around the base. Colin runs up to me and helps me get up. My shoulder kept throbbing, but I tried to push through and see what the damage was to the base. We need to get you medical attention. I can't have you passing out on my watch. Aria would kill me. Colin says, trying to put pressure on my shoulder to stop the bleeding. I quickly push him off and shift to head towards the fight. I didn't need to worry about myself when I had my entire kingdom to worry about. I start sprinting towards the fight. Ignoring the limp in my left paw, I see all my men easily outnumbering the other wolves. My men are killing wolves left and right. I proudly watch them until I saw a wolf running towards me. As I prepare to fight him, hoping I can even though I'm down a limp, Collins, in wolf form, then jumps in front of me and grabs the wolf's neck and throws him into a tree. Your mate is worried. Open your mind link and talk to her. Colin says, through our mind link. He has no right telling me how to deal with my mate. I didn't want her worrying about me. It wasn't good for her anxiety or the baby. I could feel her poking at the wall I built to keep her out of my mind. She's fine. I'm going to find the leader of all this, I said back, running past all the fighting and toward the enemy's base. I hear Colin mumble something about telling Aria himself, but I didn't pay much attention to it. As I ran through the forest, I started to smell smoke and ash. I could almost see the large building that was the former Queen's base. Finally, I exited the forest and saw the large building up in flames. I smelt around the building, trying to see if anyone was still inside. I couldn't catch a scent. Did my men do this, or did they willingly do it to themselves? Did any of you set the enemy's base on fire? I asked all of my warriors. I got a resounding no. Alpha. That meant they did it themselves. They fled, and now we don't know where they are. I start running back to our base, hoping all the other wolves weren't still fighting. When I reach the base, I see all my men, bandaging wounds, or moving around the rubble. Now that I'm not worrying about anyone trying to kill me, I can assess the damage. They had set off many bombs, causing almost our whole base to be torn apart. I shift and pull on a pair of shorts I found laying in the rubble. The adrenaline had stopped, and I could now feel all the pain from my shoulder. Colin. They're gone. They burnt down their base, and no one is left here, I say, walking towards him. I could feel myself starting to get lightheaded from all the blood I've lost. I know. We tried to use our tracker, but she somehow disconnected it. Colin says, walking up to me, I need to get to Aria. Her mother is going after he. Then everything went black. I woke up on Claire and Daniel's couch, feeling sore and still tired. Everything from last night was still fresh in my mind. I could still feel a slight ache in my shoulder from Damon's pain. Oh. Hi, you're finally awake, I hear Claire say, as she walks into the living room, holding 2 cups of tea. Are there any updates on Damon and the warriors, I ask, taking the cup of tea she handed me. I sit up on the couch so I could properly drink the tea. Not any that I've been told. Daniel might have some news, she says, sitting next to me. Where is he, I ask, rubbing my almost full-grown belly. He's in a meeting with the elders. Something happened at the base. I'm not allowed to know yet, she says, looking down at her cup. I just hope he's okay, I whisper. I can't do this without him. I promise you he's coming back to you and the babies. She smiles. Daniel told you, I ask, looking up at her. Yeah. He couldn't keep a secret from me. She laughs. They have such a perfect relationship, I almost told Damon. But then a fight started. I trail off. I felt a sharp kick from one of the babies. They started kicking right after Damon left. He was crushed when he couldn't feel his baby. I started to notice that they would react to my touch, and that you could see them too. They just kicked. I smile, placing my cup on the coffee table and put my hand on my stomach. Really, can I feel? Claire asks. She was so sweet. Of course. Here, I'll lift my shirt and you can actually see them too. I lift my shirt over my large belly. I tap the side of my belly, and not even a second late, a little hand pops up. I place Claire's hand on top of where they've been kicking. Wow. That's so amazing, she says. I see a flash of jealousy across her eyes. Have you and Daniel thought about kids? I ask, hoping I'm not crossing any lines. Yes. Actually, we've been trying but haven't had any success, she says, removing her hands. I'm sure it'll all come in the moon goddess's timing. It just takes patience, I say, grabbing her hand. You're such an amazing person and queen. She smiles. I'm just doing my job. I laugh. Suddenly, a guard rushes into the suite, looking frantic. Queen Aria and Royal Beta female. There has been an attack on the castle, and I need to take you both to the safe room. Now, he states. Obviously on beta command. Wait, what, I ask? Standing up from the couch. Pardon my rudeness. Your Majesty. But I need you safe before I answer questions. He says. Escorting Claire and I out of the suite, and down towards the basement. We enter the safe room, and I see that it's only going to Claire and I for however long we'll be in here. I am going to lock this room, and the beta or king will release you. If you have an emergency, mind link someone or use the phone. He says. Pointing to the red phone sitting on the wall. Wait. Is the king here, I ask. Running up to him. I'm sorry. Your Majesty. But I have to close this door now. He says. Closing the large silver door on me. Is Damon here? Claire, I ask. As I started pacing. I don't know. Daniel isn't responding. She says. Sitting on the floor. Neither is Damon. I say. Starting to worry. I could feel my anxiety rising, but somehow pacing helps. Aria. Sit down. We're gonna be in here a while. Claire says. Patting the spot next to her, I take the seat and lean my head against the wall. We spend an hour in this room, either sitting and talking or just sitting in our own thoughts. I get back up and start pacing again. I felt a pressure start to build up around my stomach, but I think it's just because I was sitting for so long without moving. After a few minutes of walking, I feel a pop in between my legs and then a wetness rolling down my legs. Claire. I think my water just broke. I gasp. Looking down at my legs. What, you still have 3 more weeks till your due date? She says. Quickly standing up. I know. What do? I say. Starting to panic. Sit down. I'll call your doctor and we'll get you to the hospital. Claire says. Going for the red phone. I sit down. Taking deep breaths. Oh, goddess. Please let Damon be here. I whisper, looking up. I woke up on a plane. The last I remember was standing in the destroyed base. Where were we going? Is everything all right? Is Aria safe? My head shots up from the makeshift bed, and I look around to see Colin and the rest of the warriors. Where are we going? I ask. Trying to sit up. But what stops me is the sling my arm was in. Stop before you hurt your shoulder anymore. Asher. The medic. Tells me. He then helps me up so that I'm standing. We're headed back to the castle. There's been an attack. Colin says. What, is Aria okay? I ask. Worry shooting through me? Yes. She's in the safe room. We're almost there. He says. Can I shift? With my shoulder I look over at Asher. Yes. Just be careful. Try not to trip or be too hard on it. Asher replies. I look down at the stitches that were embedded into my shoulder. Will I rip my stitches? I ask. Touching around on my shoulder. Feeling how tender it is. Yes. But is that going to stop you? My King Asher jokes. I smile towards him. We then land the plane, and as I'm about to step out of the plane, a feeling of pain and worry from Aria ripples through me. Where is Aria? My wolf instantly takes control and roars at the men. Aria was in pain and I could feel her fear. What if someone got to her? What about the baby? She's in the safe room. Colin says. I trip and fall onto the grass as a searing pain tears through my abdomen. Then why is she in pain? I ask. Quickly getting up and heading toward the castle, I start sprinting as the rest of my men follow closely behind. The pain kept getting stronger. I had to get to her. As soon as I step out of the forest, to where I can see the castle. I knew it was going to be a long fight to get to Aria. The castle was surrounded by fighting wolves. The royal village was already evacuated. All of them rushed to the castle for safety, while Aria had to be in the safe room. Away from everyone. Daniel was leading the attack. But he needed help, men. We need to finish this quickly and correctly. Your queen is in pain and I need to get to her as quickly as possible. But we need to finish this. If you find the former queen, bring her to me instantly. I say, turning towards my men. I knew that she would be here. This was the final battle. We all shift and run towards the battlefield. Ready to end this, I start running past all the fighting wolves, trying to see how close to the castle I could get. While my men scattered themselves around field helping others, I didn't get too close to the castle before a wolf came running towards me. I quickly blocked his attack and grabbed him by the neck. I flipped him over and quickly tore out his throat. This continued for another hour. I just couldn't get to Aria. The former wasn't showing herself, but her men were quickly dying. As I fought off one more wolf, I got a mind link. We found her. She's headed your way. Alpha. Daniel says. I quickly look around, trying to find the former queen. I found her. Hiding in the edge of the forest. Slowly moving out. Into the field. I dodged the wolf that was running towards me, as another warrior takes care of him. I sprint towards her. She couldn't get away now. Once she was dead, all of this would be over. Aria would be safe. The kingdom would have reassurance that the king was avenged. After her high treason, I would finally see my mate and my unborn pup. She soon sees me running towards and starts running the other way. She couldn't outrun me. This was the end for her. I finally got close enough to tackle her to the ground. I shifted and held a hand on her neck. You think this is the end? There will never be an end. There will always be people who hate Aria and want her dead. It wasn't wrong to hide her. I was trying to keep her safe from the hate of the world. She will never be a true queen. Scarlet scowls, trying to get out of my hold. Aria is and will be queen for the rest of her life. You did nothing to protect her. You verbally abused her and acted like she didn't exist. She is your daughter. So what she was, a firstborn daughter instead of a son, she can't control that. But you could have controlled how you dealt with it. Aria is an amazing queen. The kingdom loves her. They never felt that with you. You have committed so many acts of treason. I have no choice but to kill you. So this is the end. And with that, I snapped her neck. I leave her body there and start walk toward where all the wolves were fighting. As I exit the forest, I see all my men done fighting. Every single wolf that was against us is dead. The former queen is dead. We are safe, I announce loudly to the crowd of warriors. It then hits B again. In a wave of pain, I need to get to Aria. I instruct my men to clean up the mess and help the village with any damage, while I start running towards the castle to find where Aria was. On the way I found some pants and a shirt, but, with all the blood and dirt all over me, it didn't help. As soon as I enter the castle, I come to a stop. I start sniffing around, trying to find her scent. Somehow I couldn't. Was that because of the safe room? I then see Sarah come running towards me. Thank the goddess you're here. Come with me, she says, pulling me through the castle. What's wrong? Is Aria okay? I ask, trying to get her to tell me. She wouldn't say anything. Tell me I can't. You'll see when we get there, she says. I then realize she's taking me to the infirmary. As we enter the large hospital wing, my heart is in my throat and my stomach drops. I see Claire, sitting in the small waiting area with her head in her hands. I see a nurse come out of the surgery room. As the door opens and closes, I can hear grunts and screams of pain. It sounded like Aria. I immediately rush towards the room, trying to find Aria. But I'm held back by multiple nurses and Sarah. Let me go. I need to see my mate, I roar, trying to break free. But the exhaustion from the battle made it extremely hard. Your Highness, I need you to sit down, please. I look at the nurse in fear of what she was about to tell me. They force me into a chair across from Claire. As she looks up at me, with sympathy in her eyes. "What's happening?" I whisper, feeling so helpless as tears start to form in my eyes. "She went into labor while she was in the safe room. Beta female Claire immediately called us and we went to go get them. But we couldn't get in without one of the high warriors or you releasing them. So, as we were waiting for a warrior to get there, Aria had an anxiety attack which caused her to fall into a state of panic. She started to have seizures as we got to her and rushed her here. She is still having seizures. She is in a slight coma, meaning she isn't responding to anything we do but is feeling all of her pain. The babies are coming, but we need to stabilize her before they can be born." The nurse tells me. "Why did she say babies? We aren't having twins." "But what if I can help stabilize her?" I ask, hoping just to see Aria. "We aren't sure if that would help. Let me go talk to the doctor and I'll come back to tell you an update." The nurse says, "Please stay here." "Wait. What happens if you can't stabilize her?" I ask, grabbing the nurse's hand. "At that point, it would be your decision to either save the babies or save the queen." Thump, thump, thump. All I could hear was my heart. It felt like it was in my throat, but sounded like it was in my brain. I couldn't keep still. Either my knee was bouncing or tapping the chair. I was in a state of fear, pain, and anxiety. The nurse hasn't come out of the operating room yet, and I was staring holes into the door. "She's gonna be okay," Claire says. She was still sitting across from me. I quickly move my stare from the door to her and back. "But what if she isn't?" I ask, rubbing my hands over my face. The same pain runs through my shoulder. It hasn't healed and it was all bloody, but I haven't put it back in the sling yet. "What happened to your arm?" Claire asks, ignoring my question. "A bomb at the base. It was right before we came here," I say. Then Daniel, Colin, and Asher walk into the medical wing. Daniel immediately runs and wraps Claire in a hug. "Is she okay?" Colin asks me. Sitting down next to me, Asher grabs some medical supplies and starts wrapping my shoulder. "We don't know yet," I say, wincing as Asher cleans out my cuts. Not knowing what was happening to Aria or how she was doing was slowly killing me from the inside out. "Your Highness, may I speak to you privately?" the nurse says, running out of the operating room. Her scrubs had dots of blood on them, and screams were still coming from Aria. Asher places my arm in a sling, and I followed the nurse to a back room. "What's happening?" I ask, anxiously. "The doctor said that our best bet would be you coming in and trying to comfort her. That might set off some form of ease and calmness in her. But I have to warn you. You must stay calm and not show your fear or anger. This will only harm her," she says. "Then take me to her." And she did. But what I saw was something I never wish to see again. Aria was in a hospital bed with many wires attached to her. She had her eyes closed and seemed to be asleep until she started shaking and screaming in pain. The doctors kept checking to see if the baby was coming. She was in so much pain that I couldn't move. "Your Highness, either help her or get out," the doctor says to me. That snapped me out of my fear-frozen state. I rush to her side and grab her hand with my bad one. I run my good hand through her sweaty hair, pushing it out of her face. "Aria, baby, I'm here. Take some deep breaths and break through. I know you're under there. Just break out," I say to her, placing a kiss on her forehead. Her heart rate is going down. "She's coming back. Keep talking to her." A random nurse says to me, "Come on, baby. I'm back home. We get to see our beautiful baby soon. Even sooner if you wake up," I say, pressing a kiss to her hand. "Your Highness. She's almost out of the coma," I hear. But I'm too focused on Aria. "You look beautiful. You're doing so good. Come on, baby. Break through," I whisper next to her. I start to feel tears fall down my face. I knew that people were doing so much behind me, but all I cared about is Aria and the baby. We won. Your mom. We beat her. You're safe. Just break through so I can see those beautiful eyes of yours. I say, placing a kiss on her lips. I hear the little monitor tracking her heartbeat stop. I feel a terrifying pain through my body. Like my heart is getting ripped out. Her heart stopped, her breathing slowed. She's not gonna make it. No. This isn't happening. She's okay. No. 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 I grab her hand and press it to my face, hoping it'll wake her up or just give me something. I couldn't feel a pulse. I look up at the doctor frantically checking Aria. I lock eyes with the doctor and I knew it. This was the end. She's gone. Isn't she? I whisper. Tears running down my face. The doctor looks at me and nods. A sob breaks through my body. The nurses and doctor leave the room, giving me some privacy. I lay my head on her hand, sobbing. I can't do this without you. You're my everything. You're the meaning of my life. You changed my life. You make me so happy. Don't do this. Oh, goddess. No. I sob, pressing a long kiss to her hand. What was I supposed to do now? But then the beeping from the heart monitor starts again. Her breathing picks up. Her eyes start to flutter and her hand twitches. She takes a deep breath and then shoots straight up in the bed. She gasps, and then her eyes open wide. Aria, I say. Standing up. I place a hand on her back while still holding her hand. I mind link anyone near me to get a doctor. Damon. It hurts, she says, wincing in pain. I lay her back down on the bed. I know. Baby. Just take a deep breath. I say, pressing a kiss to her forehead. I'm about to pull away, but she holds my cheek. You're home, she whispers. Looking at me, I am. Safe and sound, I say, pressing a kiss on her nose. The doctor then walks in, with the rest of the nurses. Hello, Queen Aria. We have to do a quick checkup in you, and then it'll be time to deliver, he says, as the nurses start checking the many machines attached to Aria. Damon. I need to tell you something, Aria says, squeezing my hand. I wince. Pain going through my shoulder. Wait. What happened? Are you hurt? It's a small injury. Just a battle wound. I'll be fine, I say, hoping she believes me. What were you saying? Oh. We're having twins, she mumbles, looking down. Wait. Twins? You mean like two babies? I say, shock running through my mind. Yeah. I found out a couple days ago, she says, then winces in pain. I'm guessing from another contraction. I think it's time to push. Are you ready? The doctor says, looking at Aria. She nods, but I could feel her fear through our bond. It's gonna be okay. You're strong, I say, rubbing her hand. Your centimeters dilated. It's time. The nurses start grabbing everything, getting ready for the babies. Okay. Now push. The pain I felt in my hand to be nothing compared to what Aria was feeling. She was grunting in pain and had sweat rolling down her face. Another push. We can see its head. She gave another hard push, and then there was a cry. The cry of my child. Our child. It's a girl. Your Highness. Would you like to cut the cord? I look at Aria, as she lays back on the bed out of breath. Go, she whispers. So I go to see my beautiful baby. I was handed the surgical scissors and told where to cut. They wrap her in a blanket and hand her to me. She was still crying, but she was gorgeous and so small. I walk over to Aria and place our baby in her arms. She's so small, Aria says, a sob coming from her. As soon as she was placed in Aria's arms, she stopped crying. I wrap my arms around Aria and place a kiss on her head. We both stay silent. Just admiring our daughter. I'm sorry to break this moment. But you still have one more baby. The doctor laughs. I take the baby from Aria and hand her to a nurse to be cleaned up. All right. Let's do this again. Now push. So Aria does. And not even 5 minutes later, I hear that cry once again. It's a boy. King. With that I go down and cut the cord of my very own son. I take him up to Aria again. He had dark hair. Just like me. While his sister had blonde hair like her mother. The nurses then take the twins to go get tested and cleaned up, while some other nurses help clean Aria up as well. Soon all the nurses and doctors leave us alone. What are gonna name them, Aria says. I was currently laying in her hospital bed with her, holding her to my chest. I knew she was tired, but she was too excited for our babies to come back. I don't know. Any names in mind, I smile. Thinking about how lucky I was to be blessed by the moon goddess with 2 beautiful children. I've always liked the name Rosalina. She says, I like that. What about Alexander? I ask. She starts playing with the strap on my sling. I like that. Did we just name our kids? She laughs. Just then, a nurse brings our babies back. She gives Alexander to Aria and Rosalina to me. Have you decided on names? The nurses asks us. Yes. This is Alexander and that is Rosalina. Aria says, caressing Alexander's head. Okay. Thank you. I'll have their birth certificates ready soon. She says. Before leaving the room. I look down to see Rosalina staring up at me. I stand up to give Aria more room on the bed and start walk around the room bouncing Rosalina in my arms. Little Rosie. I coo at her. She looks like you. And he looks like you. Aria smiles at me. 1 week later, we were just about to present the twins to the kingdom and announce some special news. Shh. It's okay, Alex. Come on, shh. Damon hushes the crying baby in his arms. We were about to go out to the balcony. But Alex has decided this was the perfect time to start crying. Here. Let me see him. I say. Switching twins with Damon so he was now holding Rosalina. As soon as he was in my arms he stopped his tears. I don't know how you do it. Damon says in shock. He's just a mama's boy. I smile. We then nod at the guards and they open the doors. We walk out onto the balcony and the large crowd begins to cheer. Thank you all for coming today. We are here to announce the names of the newborn prince and princess. I say into the microphone. I present to you Princess Rosalina, rightful heir to the throne, and Prince Alexander of the Werewolf Kingdom. The crowd gives some applause, but we have one more announcement. Rosalina is, of course, the future queen. Since this is still looked down upon, I have decided it was time for a law change. We have set a new law that the gender of a child should not define whether or not they are allowed the throne. This will also include alphas, betas, and gammas. We also have many new laws that have been set into motion. We have decided to call this new change the Royal Reformation. We are excited to see the changes in our kingdom. Alexander. Stop running. Rosalina. Please stop crying. Brandon. Get off the counter. I shout. At my 5-year-old twins and their best friend who just so happened to be Daniel and Claire's son. Claire found out she was 2 months pregnant with Brandon. 2 weeks after the twins were born. Brandon was the spitting image of his father. But he also had his father's wit, which was dangerous with a 5-year-old. Claire was currently out running errands, while Damon and Daniel were in a meeting, leaving me all alone with the 3 5-year-olds. Oh. Did I mention that I am currently 4 months pregnant and can barely walk? Come here, Rosie. It's okay. Boys. Come here. Now I picked up Rosie in my arms. Her tears were drying. She had gotten pushed over as the 2 very rowdy boys were playing tag. Mama. We were just playing tag. Alex whines, looking down as he and his best friend stood in front of me. I know that. Sweetie. But you know when people start getting hurt? It's time to stop. I say, using my mother tone. What did Daddy say? Be careful with Mama. I might hurt the baby. And be nice to Rosie. Alex mutters what his father had told him. Damon was very protective over his girls, and made sure Alexander knew it. Very good. Now Brandon. Do you want me to tell your parents what you did? Please no. Auntie Aria. The young boy pleaded. Okay then. Both of you say sorry to Rosie and I'll let it go. I say, placing Rosalina back on the ground. I'm sorry. Rosie. Alex said to his sister. I'm so sorry. Rosalina. Brandon said, giving Rosie a hug. Claire and I are hoping that they are mates. But only time will tell. Okay? Now you both can go back to playing tag. Just be careful. They both nodded at me. Before running back upstairs. Disappearing in the large royal suite, Rosalina went back to playing with her dolls in the living room as I leant back against the kitchen island. I take a deep breath and run a hand down my very large belly. I hope you're a girl. I whisper down at my unborn child. Just then the front door opens to reveal none other than my mate and his beta. Don't ever leave me alone with them ever again. I say. Walking into Damon's arms. 10-year time skip, moom, oh. The glorious sound of my 15-year-old daughter. The sound of pounding footsteps come rushing down the stairs, and slightly softer but still loud footsteps come right behind her. I was currently making dinner. After a long day of meetings, Damon was sitting at the counter looking over some documents while Alexander was helping me by cutting some veggies. Mom. He went in my room again, Mom. Don't listen to her. She's lying. They both talked over each other. Rosalina and her younger brother. Donovan. Yep. That's right. I got another son. After having Donovan, I knew it was time to stop having anymore. He always had so much energy and knew just how to get under Rosie's skin. Why is it always me and never you? I turned to look at Damon. He always found a way to get out of whatever conflict our children had. Mom. He texted Chase, Rosie whined. Pinching her little brother. Which caused him to pinch back. Chase was the boy at the twins' school that Rosalina had a huge crush on. She 100% thinks this boy is her mate. Which isn't true. Over the years, Claire and I have almost confirmed that Rosalina and Brandon are soulmates. The way they act towards each other was so obvious that they were mates. Donovan. You know not to go in your sister's room. Now, Rosalina. Why are you so upset about him going in your room? I know he texted Chase. Which was out of line. I gave Donovan a side eye. But unless you're trying to hide something, she should be able to go in your room. I just want privacy. The whole world already is trying to know my every move because I'm the heiress. Why can't I get some privacy with my own family? Alex never has to deal with this. She complains. Anger sparking her eye. Don't bring your brother into this. This is your problem. We gave you the right to the throne. We can take it away. Damon finally piped in. Now about your privacy here. We are your parents, and we have a right to know what is going on in your life. We give you plenty of freedom and privacy. But when we barely see you because you want privacy, that's where I draw the line. I say. As Donovan creeps out the room and Alexander stays as quiet as a mouse. I just want to be left alone. You don't bother, Alex. Rosie whines once more. Alex had become more the relaxed child. He had his crazy toddler days, but he had become a mama's boy if I've seen one. That's it. Give me your phone. Damon had snapped. He was always good at being quiet and acting as the good cop until he had enough. But Dad? No. I've had enough. Damon used his alpha voice and the phone was in his hands. Not even a second later, loud footsteps were heard by an "I hate you" and slam door. That slammed door set something else off in Damon, which resulted in him furiously heading to our daughter's room. Damon. No. Just leave her alone. I tried to stop him, but he was already on his way to have a screaming match with Rosie. They had always butted heads, even though they both got along perfectly. I used to think you were worse than her. I let a sigh, running my hands through my hair. I look over at Alexander. He grins at me before going back to cutting a carrot. He looked just like his father when he did that. One day he's gonna kill his mate with that look.